District, Akola.
We can start.
Okay, can we start?
Yes.
Wait.
Has everybody joined? Dr.
Okay,
Bansud,
start.
sir.
Yes.
Dr. Bansud, sir.
Sir, live stream केलेला आहे. You can start.
Okay, sir.
May I start?
We can start
So-
the meeting right now.
Respected dignitaries, honorable participants, all the organizing committee members, conveners and co-conveners, I welcome each and everyone to this one-day international conference on consequences of British invasion of India, need of rewriting history. This international e-conference is jointly organized by the Department of History, Narayan Rao Rana Mahavidyalaya, Badnera, and the Department of History, Dr. Gopal Rao Khedkar Mahavidyalaya, Gadegaon, Telhara, District, Akola. We are on the verge of the commencement of the very first session, and that is the inaugural session. To this inaugural session, we have with us the chairman of this session, Honorable Sri Dolendraji Patil sir, who is the treasurer of Sri Gajanan Maharaj Shikshan Sanstha and also a chief executive officer of the most famous school in the second largest city, that is Amravati, Delhi Public School. He is a mentor and supporter to all of us. I welcome him. As the inaugurator of this one-day international conference, we have with us Dr. Murlidhar Wadekar, Joint Director, Higher Education, Amravati Division, Amravati. I welcome you, Dr. Wadekar, sir. At the same time, we have with us the pride of Amravati, Dr. Prashant Rokde, sir, who is the IRS and Joint Commissioner, Customs, Delhi. At the same time, he works as the Special Investigation and Intelligence in the Special Investigation and Intelligence branch. And nonetheless, we have today with us the keynote speaker, a very famous personality. And we are very fortunate to have a person like him as the keynote speaker to this international e-conference. And he is Dr. Ponchai Palawathamu Pinyofong. He is the president of World Alliance of Buddhist Organization. He is from Thailand. And I want to let you know, all of you, for the kind information, I want to tell that he is the president of this WAB, that is World Alliance Buddhist Organization, of which 111 countries are the members. So I welcome Dr. Ponchai Palawathamu to this international e-conference. At the same time, we have with us the honorable principals of the board of both the colleges, Honorable Principal Dr. G.S. Vairade sir, Principal Narayan Rao Rana Mahavidyalaya, Badnera, and Principal Dr. Gopalji Dhole sir, Principal Dr. Gopal Rao Khedkar Mahavidyalaya, Gadegaon. The conveners of this e-conference is Dr. Santosh Bansod, Associate Professor and HOD, Department of History, Narayan Rao Rana Mahavidyalaya. Dheeraj Kumar Rajan, he is the co-convener, and he is the HOD of History at Gopal Rao Khedkar Mahavidyalaya, Telhara. At the same time, we have with us an eminent speaker, and who is the president of Ambedkarite History Congress, Dr. Sandesh Ji Waq sir. Along with all these dignitaries, we have participants from the country as well as the abroad. I welcome all of you to this one-day international e-conference on the subject of consequences of British invasion of India and need of rewriting the history. So without wasting any time, I would like to welcome all the dignitaries who are present here. At the same time, I would like to call upon Dr. Gopalji Dhole sir for his introductory remarks. Dr. Gopalji Dhole sir. Principal Dr. Gopal Rao Khedkar Mahavidyalay Telara.
Thank you, sir.
You may proceed, sir.
Thank you. First of all, I pay my sincere homage to Dr. Punjabrao alias Bhausaheb Deshmukh, the great educationist and founder of Sri Shivaji Education Society Amravati, and Dr. Gopal Rao Khedkar, former ex-minister, Rural Development, Maharashtra State, and Narayandraji Rana, the chief patron of our Sri Shivaji Education Society Amravati, Honorable Sri Harshavardhanji Deshmukh Sahib, and all the honorable executive member of our society. I welcome all of you to this international e-conference jointly organized by Dr. Gopal Rao Khedkar Mahavidyalaya and Narayandra Rana Mahavidyalaya, Badnera. The topic of today's e-conference is consequences of British invasion of India, need of rewriting history. The chairperson of this inaugural session is Dolendraji Patil, Treasurer, Sri Gajanan Maharaj Shikshan Sanstha, Amravati. The inaugurator of this e-conference, Honorable Dr. Murlidhar Wadekar Sahib, Joint Director, Higher Education, Amravati Division. The chief guest is Dr. Prashant Rokde Sahib, IRS Joint Commissioner, Customs, Delhi, Special Investigations of Intelligence Bureau. The keynote address is Dr. Ponchai Palava, President of World Alliance of Buddhist, Thailand, and Principal Dr. Gopalji Vairade, Narayandra Rana Mahavidyalaya, Badnera, Amravati, and HOD of the Departments of History of both this college, the delegates, professors, researchers, students, and participants. I welcome all the delegators and participants to this international e-conference. In this international e-conference, many such subjects as political, social, economic, and cultural are to be discussed in this conference. I once again welcome all of this conference and express my best wishes for the success of this conference. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Gopalji Dhole sir. Principal Gopal Rao Khedkar Mahavidyalay, Gadegaon. In his introductory remarks, he has stated and thrown light on the on which the subjects on which this conference in this conference on the various aspects of the subject, like British invasion of India, need of rewriting history. The light will be thrown on the various aspects in this e-conference. Thank you, Mr. Principal. Now I would like to invite Dr. Gopalji Vairade sir, Principal Narayan Rao Rana Mahavidyalay, Badnera, for the welcome speech. Dr. Vairade sir, welcome to you. You may proceed.
Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, you are audible.
So, offering my warm tributes to late Dr. Bhausaheb Deshmukh and late Mr. Narayan Raoji Rana. I welcome to all the dignitaries and participants. Good afternoon to one and all. At the outset, I welcome the chairman of today's function, Shri Dolendraji Patil, who is treasurer of our society, that is Shri Gajanan Maharaj Shikshan Sanstha, besides being a CEO of BPS. And welcome, sir. I also offer my warm welcome to Dr. Muralidharji Wadekar, who is Joint Director of Higher Education, Amravati region. Welcome, sir. Then I also offer a warm welcome to chief guest, that is Dr. Prashant Rokde, sir, who is IRS Joint Commissioner, Customs and Special Investigation and Intelligence Branch. Welcome, sir. Then the most important person, that is the keynote speaker, that is Dr. Poranchai Palwadhammo. I also offer a warm welcome to you, sir. I also offer a warm welcome to both to Dr. Gopal Dhole, sir, who is principal of Khedkar College. I also offer a warm welcome to both the heads of history department who have organized this particular international e-conference jointly, that is Dr. Santoshji Bansod and Dr. Sudhake, sir. I also offer my welcome to anchor Professor S.K. Khode and also all the dignitaries and participants who are available have joined this conference. Once again, I offer my warm welcome. I think the job that was assigned in this particular session, that was to welcome all the at the outset, our anchor also welcomed besides introducing all the guests. Then Dr. Gopalji Dhole also did the same thing, and I also offer a warm welcome on behalf of both the colleges. So welcome you all. And this particular the topic for this conference is consequences of British invasion, need of rewriting history. I think most of us, we know that this issue has aroused for some recently this issue has aroused. This is not recent time when such thought has come up. I think before 15 to 20 years also such kind of issue had come up, and the NCERT books were changed, some history was changed, and there was say a lot of discussion. That time social media was not there, but through newspaper that issue was risen, and then again it cooled down. But now again the same issue has come up, mainly because now some of us feel, some scholars and some of our political leaders and some more educationists feel that because of the British, the history that we have is not proper. We have to rewrite the history. Why it is a need of the hour to rewrite the history, and what say precautions be taken to while doing that work, and what more we can add. So we expect a very fruitful outcome of this particular conference. So giving my best wishes for the success of this e-conference, I welcome you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Principal.
Over to Professor.
It was a brief but a very valuable speech, a very valuable one. Once again, thank you to you, sir. Before the inaugural speech, I want to tell something about the respected dignitaries who are with us to this one-day international e-conference. It is for them who have lately joined us. Some people are still joining, and I want to let them know that it is a great feast of knowledge. Today we have so many great personalities. Actually, if I introduce them, it will not be proper because we have such personalities who need no introduction. We have with us Mr. Dolendraji Patil sir, who is the treasurer of Sri Gajanan Maharaj Shikshan Sanstha. And as I have already stated, within a very short period of time, the school has achieved as one of the rank of most famous and most prestigious one in the city of Amravati. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Delhi Public School, a very highly educated person and devoted to the field of education. We have with us Dr. Murlidhar Wadekar sir as the inaugurator of this e-conference, under whose able leadership the colleges in the Amravati division are on the way of progress and development and committed to achieve the excellence in education. So again, I welcome Mr. Wadekar sir. At the same time, we have with us, as I have already stated, the pride of Amravati, the man from Amravati, Dr. Prashant Rokde sir, IRS, Joint Commissioner Customs Delhi, and also working as Special Investigation and Officer in the Intelligence Branch. At the same time, we have a keynote speaker, Mr. Ponchai Palavadhamu. He is the president of World Alliance of Buddhist Organization, as I have already stated, of which organization 111 countries are the member. So to listen to all these people will be a great feast of knowledge. So without wasting any time, I would like to call upon Dr. Murlidharji Wadekar sir. Once again, I welcome him and I invite him to deliver his inaugural speech. Dr. Murlidharji Wadekar sir, I want to tell you one thing about this personality. When with Mr. Bansod sir, I went to him with the invitation card. As soon as he saw the invitation card, he himself noted down the time and told us, I will join at the right time. And we are very fortunate that he has joined on time and he is with us today. Once again, very much thankful to you, sir. I welcome you and request you to deliver the inaugural speech. Mr. Wadekar, sir.
थोड़ा सर 1 मिनट का.
Okay. He has joined.
1 minute.
हाँ.
थोडे सर सन्माननीय रोकडे साहेबांना घ्या, त्यांना इनॉग्रेट करा.
Okay. Dr. Murlidharji Wadekar sir will be delivering his inaugural speech in a very short time. Before that, probably there is some problem in the connection. Actually, he has joined to this conference. But before that, I would like to follow the suggestion by the convener, Dr. Bansod sir. As I have already told each and everyone that we have with us Dr. Prashant Rokde sir. I have put some words about him. I'm pride of Amravati, and he's truly a pride of Amravati. He is IRS and Joint Commissioner Customs Delhi, Special Investigating Officer in Intelligence Branch. And at the same time, he has worked as Assistant Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner, Additional Personal Secretary to Honorable Nitinji Gadkari Sahib, Personal Secretary to Minister of State Social Justice. He is also OSD to Legal Ministry of Finance. His current post is as Joint Commissioner Customs. He is currently working as Joint Commissioner in Customs at New Delhi. His qualification is BSc, BA, MA History, Literature, Sociology, NET, JRF exams he has passed. He is also a PhD holder in the subject of history, and he is an IRS of 2011 batch. He has also published 5 books. He has 15 awards to his credit. He has also written 30 research papers. And besides this, he is also committed for the students who want to do something, who want to study competitive examinations, who want to make name and fame in this field. He also runs Abhyasika movement for the derived students, and for that he has founded Credo, CREDO, that is self-employment model. Okay, I welcome Dr. Prashantji Rokde sir. Actually, if I begin to tell again, if I proceed telling about himself, so it will take much more time. So I stop here, and I welcome Dr. Prashant Rokde sir, who is the chief guest of this national e-conference. Dr. Prashantji Rokde sir, please come up and deliver the speech.
Thank you,
Your knowledge.
Dr. Satish sir, and you had given such an introduction, which is giving me more responsibility, and you are just putting me in such a position where I feel that I am an odd man out, being a bureaucrat and all you intellectual people are sitting there, but being a student of history, I would like to hear you all, and also want to give some certain my observations and some submissions. So my sincere homage to Bhausaheb Punjabrao Deshmukh, Narayan Rao Rana, and my elder brother, who is not, I think Muralidhar Wadekar sir had not joined. So all respected dignitaries on e-forum. Before I start this e-commerce, formally Muralidhar sir will inaugurate it, but I would like to put before you that there is a time constraint for me. We'll try to submit as short as possible, but we'll touch most of the points. So my first question is that question to counter question is that, is there really a need of rewriting history? Because history is not a science. There new facts will come, and that facts will be put and will be interpreted. But history is always a fact. History had happened. Only something which we had missed, or something those where we need to improve. There are certain sections, certain things, post-colonial, or we can say after post-British consequences of British invasion, we can see the writing of history, not rewriting it. Whatever had the written, that is there. Now we have to add into it. We have to interpret the things. See, there are almost all the colonial trend of writing history was of certain objects. They need to know the people whom they are ruling. So their objective was, rather than history, the objective was the state. They want to rule the state. And in this direction, whatever they had evolved, the history, the stream of the history, how it evolved in India, really it had given so many things. Grierson, who had worked in linguistics, then John Prinsep, who had find out the Ashokan edicts, all ancient history, then medieval, and then we come to know how travelers come and how things, we got the sense of history. Now at the time when we are at the 21st century, we had many sources of information. There are communication, social media, scientific way of studies in history, comparative studies of history. All these methodology will add too many things. So my first point is that the major British consequences, consequences of British invasion on history, we can find that we got the sense of Indianness. So this Indianness, we was not aware earlier. Earlier, we all were state. We have fragmented identities. But for ruling the state, They start 1856 with railway, 1852 post, and all communication methodologies put all together in one identity, that was India. But we need to, when we are going to rewrite the facts, when we are going to rewrite the interpretations, we need to now see with microscopic angle, because that was a trend of history which was a Delhi centric only. So now history, all political, social, economical, cultural angles has been changed. Everybody is getting their voice, their speech. They can put their thoughts on different platforms. So now we can come to know there are so many different dimensions. See, we can see the Ahom dynasty who ruled for 1800 years in Northeast, in Assam. But we will get 1 or 2 chapters in Indian history, in medieval history. Similar like in southern India, Vijayanagar Empire, there also we can get only 1 or 2 chapters. We can get lots of books on Khaljis, Tughlaqs. Then we can get in modern India also. My point is that while rewriting the history and the consequences of British invasion, we should look now in diversified political angle. Like if we want to put history in different manner, we should put all those dimensions where they were ignored. Somehow everyone. History is not a politics. How political guardians are changed, the rulers are changed. We need to go by now. This subaltern trend is also there. There are so many like Sandesh Wagh sir and all great intellectuals are here. They know history better than me. I had only observations. So these facts, while rewriting the political history, we should know British consequences has given the Indianness, but this Indianness, how we are just following or how we need to evolve in different ways. Are we really keen about study and research? Are only we interpreting what the earlier people had written? Did we have any timeline, time frames like that? Post-colonial, we can say 47 to Cold War, Cold War to, we can say 1995. See, we can say the social, economical, and political phases of not only India but also world. The fundamental aspect of British consequences on the study and this research, that they had given that we had such a great culture, great people we are living. But is there that time frame is there? So I can wind up in that way. Satish sir?
Yes.
How much time I can believe?
Yeah, as per your wish, sir. You have time. You have time.
So what I can say, if fundamental consequences, they allowed us to read and write. There are Wood's dispatch. See, this Charles Woods was SOS there in 1852. When he came, he had given that primary education. Then we can see there are Hunter Commission, 1911 we can say Raleigh Commission. All these has given a fundamental tool of study. We got exposure that we need to study now. And while studying, we were observing what had happened earlier. Now, when British consequences we are interpreting, we need to see after post-colonial, post-British, what had happened in India. Are really marginalized people, marginalized identities are getting their space, or if it is yet not given, you all become the voice. It is not only political leader who make the history of country. See, my study in the guidance of Wagmare sir and Santosh Bansod sir, I had done my research in the participation of farmers and peasants in Indian national movement. Because what I feel that unless and until a common man would not participate, farmers would not participate. And Britishers had not felt that really these people who are all on field, they are feeling that something is going against us. That only time they planned, Britishers planned their exit route. And this is what we need to rewrite, the history of common man. history of marginalized people. Not only people, I can say region. See, almost all facts mean social changes. What are the Sati Act, and this Child Abortion Act. There are so many acts, minutely or factually, I won't do because this is a discussion of thought. I think facts I can put so many. Being a student of history and civil servant, see what in judiciary they had done, how this Gagging Act came, what Britishers had done in Trout Act. All acts I can put, but this is not our forum to discuss the facts which are already there and we so many times discussed, recited. You might have taught these things. Now, my concern is that while discussing in such conference, some thought should come out, and that thought should lead to rewrite what we feel that what was the occasion and for what we all gathered together. So, history of common man, history of marginalized people, history of unsung heroes. This should be focused. This should be written. A minute study it should taken. See, Israel is not having history. Israel is not a state. It is a nation. But still, the world's renowned historian is from Israel. Now Harari is from Israel. Why? Because he's writing history, Homo sapien he is writing, and now he is saying about the Homo Deus, means what will happen. History is what had happened, but on the facts which we are studying and interpreting, based on the basis of that, we can predict few things which will make the humankind better life, better condition, better state. So once this history of common man, history of marginalized people, marginalized region, दुष्काळाचा पण इतिहास लिहिता येऊ शकतो. दुष्काळाच्या बाबतीमध्ये कशा पद्धतीने वेगवेगळ्या घटना घडलेल्या आहेत, कशा पद्धतीने 1944चा दुष्काळ आहे, या संदर्भात हिस्ट्रीचं रिराईट झालं पाहिजे. ब्रिटिशांनी, माझी थोडी तब्येत ठीक नसल्यामुळे मध्ये मध्ये पाणी पितो. Then besides that, if we can see, Britishers had taken our much important time of youth as well as students and so many others by giving one gift. I always say while discussing that cricket is an imperialistic imposition on us. So this cricket, this game had posed us imperialistic imposition. Does anyone have tried to write the history of this cricket? How many people were knowing that there were 4 brothers from single family who were leading our cricket in early 1924 they were. After that, P. Baru and all these people. History of cricket also need to be rewritten. History of forest is also there. We are trying to, just while reading forest, we found that what are the forest act, what is a new act development, how people had entered into the tribal area. But there is a sense of history. We need to find how the life has changed of the people who were the real originator, who were the real ruler of this country, how it has been changed. Historically, with historical perspective, always we see forest as a sociology subject or environment subject. But my request that we should go through historical angle. Then we will come to know new facts, how Britishers came, why only Dalhousie, Shimla, Mussoorie, Galot, these type of places, they come on forefront, and what had happened, and after that how history fall into line in this type of directions. And while writing history, rewriting history with British consequences, we need to see what is our international stand. What had happened to all other states where Britishers were early, like China, like Southeast Asia, wherever the Britishers were there, what had happened post-colonial, post-British there was is are they are having any voices at international front, and what is their international contribution, and similarly what is the say of Indian historians, and why if say is not that much dense, why it is not. If it is not dense, let we can go move up methodologically. If we are going a very traditional way, then this rewriting won't work, and this consequences interpreted in very plain manner. Now, my last point and very fundamental point, which I would like to discuss with you all people. See, this is a world. This is now era of information, and at the age of this information, the almost all fight if to after post subprime crisis, you can go through means this there is a one historian, Benedict Anderson. He had given one concept of imagined world, imagined world. So we imagine the world and we try to put all those things into that in that frame, and historians need this vision, said, because he had a past experience, he had a past study, and he is a student of history, so he need to do in this direction. So my submission is that this is a world, this is now era of information. Everybody is running behind your data, whatever is the term. There is a one big company, that company's name is only Big Data. This Big Data company has tied up with US one company, APCO American, which was collecting almost all data, your Facebook data, your WhatsApp, all social media, everything. China, Glasgow is a place where they developed this city, big data companies there, and they have developed, emerged with this concept. And they are doing from last 20 years. So in the similar direction, Britishers had tried these things in 1872 with first census. We just ignored the census. And this census is having immense contribution in evolving history. But do we have any history of census? Had anybody tried to interpret the census in different dimensions? Because census is identifying a group of people, giving identity, a geographical state to give them a social identity, a historical perspective. In 1881, they were having regular, they started census, then population of Hindu, Muslim, then identity of Hindu, Muslim separatism, and parallelly, there when almost all people come to know that this much number of 33 crore, 22 crore people are in a state like India, then oneness of nation evolved. And these factors contributed in such manner that census now 2021, again there will be census. My point is that we also need to interpret census in today's contemporary big data and how this data is important. If historians will contribute in that direction, this will be really a proper rewriting of history, and the consequences of British invasion will positively contribute in our Indian history, which will make Indian historians on world platform. With this, I will say thank you to everybody which had given me this much opportunity. And if there was any mistake, please forgive me. Thanks, sir. Once again.
सन्मान्य रोकडे साहेब, आपण उद्घाटन झाल्याचे घोषित करावे.
आजच्या या कॉन्फरन्सचे औपचारिकपणे उद्घाटन झाले असं मी जाहीर करतो.
ओके, थँक्यू. खोडे सर, माईक अनम्यूट करा.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
No, audible. Okay. Dear friends and participants, when I told you about Dr. Prashant Rokde sir, that besides being a bureaucrat, He is such a down to earth personality that he cares for the people, he cares for the students who want to make their career in through competitive examinations, who also want to become IPS, IAS, IRS, and for them he runs Bhasika movement. And his concern for the common people, poor people, and the student, and all of us was very much reflected when he talked about the subalterns and the marginalized people. Dear sir, we all know, though I am not a student of history, I still have an interest of reading history. We all know that British ruled over this country for 150 years. We only know about the rising of 1857, 1942, 1947. That is good. It is good, an inspiring history. But at the same time, you stressed and emphasized on writing the history about those people who are the unsung heroes. So many incidents, so many stories are still hidden in the pages of the history. Our people of history have to take the initiative. They have to come forward, and they have to, there is a need to write about those people, those marginalized people, those people who have given their contribution in the freedom struggle, who in a way or other worked for the country, gave their contribution, and still their work is unrecognized. It is the duty that rests upon the people of the history to bring those people into the limelight and make a real honor of those unsung heroes. I'm very much thankful to you. You have also thrown light on the colonial and post-colonial times, and really, it was a great feast of knowledge listening to you. Again, in future, whenever we shall get an opportunity to listen to you, we will definitely approach you. Thank you for your valuable speech. At the same time, you discharge your duties in the absence of Mr. Joint Director as an inaugurator, and for that also I'm very much thankful to you. Thank you, Dr. Prashant Rople, sir. Now, Dr. Bansod, sir, we have to start with Mr. Ponchai, sir, keynote speaker.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Another eminent personality we have with us today is Dr. Ponchai Palawadamu, who is the president of World Alliance of Buddhist Organization. Dear participants, I have already told you, it is such an organization of which 111 countries are the member. He has visited number of countries. He has
सर आवाज येत नाहीये.
थोड़े सर mic mute.
Sir, kindly mute the mic, sir, for everybody.
थोड़े sir, your mic mute.
okay. Somebody has muted me. Oh, now am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. I did not do so. Somebody.
Yes.
Okay, let the host know. Okay. I was talking, dear friends, I was talking about our keynote speaker today. We have with us Dr. Ponchai Palawadamu. He is the president of World Alliance of Buddhist Organization. 111 countries are the members of his organization. He has visited number of countries. He is also a devoted educationist, social reformer. He has delivered number of lectures. I have with him some 6 to 7 pages of his resume. And frankly, if I start telling his achievements and his reputation, it will take much more time. I want to sum up his personality in one line. He is a man of whom recognition cannot be summed up within few words. He is a man beyond giving some introduction. I invite Dr. Ponchai Palavaddhamu sir, come up please and enlighten us with your profound knowledge. Dr. Ponchai Palavaddhamu sir.
Okay. นะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะนะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะนะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะ The organizing committee, all the speakers, especially Mr. Satish Kode, Dr. Dilash Nachan, Dr. Sanjay Kase, Dr. Santosh Bansot, who coordinate with me all the time for confirmation, Dr. Sanjay, Dr. Kachanan, and all the organizing committee. Sorry if I cannot pronounce all the name because I don't know a lot of committee and speakers and all the participants in the room. Today is my great honor to participate in this auspicious forum, and today is really auspicious day because for Buddhism in India, not only India but around the world, they know that 14 October 1956 is the great conversion day that Dr. Ambedkar convert Hindu to be Buddhist, 500,000 in Nagpur, Mumbai, Maharashtra state, India. And after that time, we have the conversion every year until now. And the topic today is relighting the history from Western invasion. I asked Dr. Bansot, Santosh Bansot, how to writing the new history, but I understand maybe now we come to next normal, not new normal. The new normal, we under the pandemic of COVID-19, but next normal, we after the pandemic, we have to think because now the civilization of Eastern is better than, we can say that better than Western. Most of the religion happen in the Western because of the wisdom of our ancestor. So, but after the development of the weapon and globalization, we Western invasion. But now I think it's time to return back to the Eastern again. So that is when the organizing committee put this topic, I think really matching for nowadays, for the situation for today. And I come with Nanmitila Chodi, the Joint Secretary General of the Alliance of Buddhists, and Dr. Sabus Balua, the Vice President of the Alliance of Buddhists. So I would like to share my PPT and talk with my PPT a little bit now, because last letter I saw that my topic is humanitarian in Buddhism. But at the first topic, I think about relighting the history. So I will talk both together. Okay, first is I would like to everyone getting to know the history of Buddhism in India. But indeed, you are from.
Yeah, visible.
Anything wrong?
Somebody's mic is on. Bansot sir, let the host know to mute
It's
the
okay,
mic.
okay, this is our Lord Buddha. This is our Lord Buddha in Buddhakaya, Metta Buddha. This is more than 1,000 years. And the first time is on the black color, but after that, the Tibetan Buddhists come to put the gold leaf to the Buddha. So now Buddha is golden color, and his eye really compassion. So when many Thai people, when they come to India to pay respect in Bodhikaya, the enlightenment of the Lord Buddha, they call this Buddha Metta Buddha, the Buddha of compassion. And since the Buddha time, after the Buddha passed parinirvana, and after that about 234 years, the great king of India at that time, King Asoka, the great, he sent the 9 root of Dhammadutta around Champutipa. Champutipa is India, comprised of Pakistan, Nepal together. So that is Thailand, Myanmar, Sri Lanka get the benefit from this propagation at the time, more than 2,300 years ago. Buddhism come to Thailand is in Thailand, Myanmar, this area. After that, about 400 years, the great king of Kuchana dynasty, King Kanishka, he propagated the Buddha Dhamma to Central Asia and at that time go to China also, and have the first Buddha statue during the King Kanishka, Kushana dynasty, very important. And after that, we have the Silk Road. The Silk Road is just named only in 19th century of Christian era, but before that, some people call the Buddhist road, because it's the way that Eastern connected with the Western by this Silk Road. From China, go to Central Asia, go to Uzbekistan, Samarkand, and then go to Persia until Europe, and India also have the on the road and on the sea, like this. This is we call I would like to call Buddhist road, but name Silk Road is just named about 100 years, almost 100 years ago. Silk Road, very important. This is because of the cultural exchange, economic, and the propagation of Buddhism also at that time. And then after that, Xuanzang from China come to study in India, Nalanda University. You can see that how India a lot of possibility of knowledge and Buddhism until the Chinese monk. A lot, not only Xuanzang, come to study in India, in Nalanda University, and make the book of the Journey to Western. This is very famous book that record. This is the remarkable in the history of the world. This is Xuanzang from his to Central Asia, to Afghanistan, Hyderabad, Khyber Pass, then to Kandahar or Afghanistan, Pakistan, and then to Nalanda to study. This is the route of Xuanzang, Chinese monk, very famous. And then after the book of Journey to the West, Sir Alexander Cunningham, he very famous Western English person. When he have free time, he always reads the Journey to Western from Xuanzang, and he is the archaeologist. So he have strong intention to go to India to dig the land that the Xuanzang record that they are the Buddhist site. So at last he can found the Buddhakaya, the enlightenment place of the Lord Buddha. And he planned the Seren Bodhiti. Then we have Sir Edwin Arnold from UK, Western, to write the book, The Light of Asia. This is very famous. We have the copyright about 100 years ago, more than 150 times of copyright for Light of Asia book. He wrote this book on the train, on the bus, when he have free time, when he have his idea. He writing the book there now very famous, the Buddhist book, and he's work in India. This is his book, Light of Asia. You can see Edwin Arnold, very famous. And because of after that we have the Liz Davis, but he worked in Sri Lanka. He found the Pali Text Society in UK and learn about Buddhism. And Buddhism is come from India. Buddha is Indian people. After that, you can see the Western come to ordain in Eastern. The first monk is from UK. The name is Gordon Douglas. Name is Asoka Bhikkhu, ordained in Sri Lanka. Then we have second ordained in Sri Lanka, also from UK. And after that, and he went to Myanmar to learn the Buddhism and then propagate the Buddhist teaching, Buddha teaching from Myanmar in UK. And this is his assistant ordained in Myanmar also, Sila Jala Bhikkhu. Then we have the Germany ordained in Sri Lanka also, 1905. And after that, we have Richard Landon or Kapilavattho come to Wat Pak Nam in Thailand, ordained the first Western to come to ordain in Thailand. You can see that it looked like Western controlled us during that time, but indeed they learned the knowledge, the civilization, the wisdom from Eastern. And now a lot of temples in Western, and now everyone interested in meditation a lot. And we have Anakarika Dhammapara. His name is English name. Another name is English name, and he fighting after his work. We can bring the 4 sacred Buddhist faith in India and Nepal, and Buddhists all over the world come to India for pay respect to these 4 sacred places about the Lord Buddha. Siddhartha was born in Lumpini, got enlightenment in Bodhikaya, Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta in Salana, and Mahaparinibbana in Kushinala, Lumpini, where the prince was born. This is Lumpini in Nepal. But during the Buddha time, Lumpini is the same in the Chumputipa or India. And this is Buddhikaya, where the Buddha enlightened, Bodhikaya. Salana, where the Buddha made the first sermon, which was Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta. And Kuchinala, where the Buddha was Mahaparinibbana, passed away. This is, we have to pay homage to Anakarika Dhammapala and everyone from Western before everyone to help together. Some is non-Buddhist, but they learn, they try to save the world heritage for the next generation. And for everyone is come to during the Dr. Ambedkar time. And Dr. Ambedkar, he dare to declare that I like the religion that teach liberty, equality, and fraternity. This is, I think this is the wisdom of in his mind, liberty, equality, and fraternity. And the answer is Buddhism. That's why he made the conversion of people, especially the lead people, to be Buddhist 65 years ago. And today we have good chance to commemorate the Great Conversion Day. Dr. Ambedkar giving the Diksha to thousands of his followers at Nagpur on October 14, 1956. This is the Great Conversion in Diksha Bhumi. I also went to India many times, more than 20 times, and Maharashtra also, Aurangabad, Mumbai, many times. And I know that how Indian respect to Dr. Ambedkar, not only Buddhist people, but for everyone because of his teaching, his message, especially the draft for the Constitution of India that still used until today, because of his idea, liberty, equality, and fraternity. During that time, about 2 years ago, I went to India, Nagpur, to have the conference in Maharashtra state. This is Diksha Bhumi, and we have the chanting, Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta chanting and conference there. This is the young boy really respect to the Buddhist monk. I also give the lecture to the Indian people. This is, I also have a chance to offer the Kathina. This is the Buddhist, the Theravada Buddhist, to Chaitya Bhumi, where the cremation place of Dr. Ambedkar on 16 October 2019. Indeed, we hope to go every year, but after pandemic of COVID, just send some donation, some support. Okay, that is, I would like to share first about today, Dr. Ambedkar Gate Conversion Day, and because of before that we can see that we have many persons since the Lord Buddha, King Asoka, King Kanishka of India, and many Western people held together for preserve the world heritage in India, but the Buddhist side to our next generation. And I think the teaching of the Lord Buddha is benefit for people of India and people of the world. Thailand also get the benefit. In Thailand, in the history of Thailand, more than 700 years, all the king be Buddhist, and now the constitution in Thailand say that the king must be Buddhist also. And I talk about the Dr. Ambedkar. He give the Gate conversion, and after that Buddhist people can organize the program for the benefit of people of India and people young generation. This is very important because the teaching of the Lord Buddha, I think this is very good, such as the law of karma. If you do good thing, you get the good result. If you do bad thing, you get the bad result. The law of impermanent, everything is anicca, change all the time. You can see yourself. Now you're still young, but in the future you're getting old, and everyone have to die. So we can say that change all the time. Second is suffering. Suffering is we suffering from our body. Sometimes we got sick. Sometimes we suffering from environment. Have the pandemic of COVID-19. Sometimes very hot in India. Sometimes very cold in Kashmir. This is environment. We suffering from living together because some have a different habit. So this is one kind of suffering, and we suffering from our mind. Sometimes our defilement in our mind, greedy, anger, delusion from our mind make us suffering. So this is the teaching of the Lord Buddha, that we under the law of impermanent, everything change all the time. Suffering and anatta is we cannot maintain everything. We cannot maintain thing that we want. So, but the Buddha said that everything is anicca, dukkha, anatta, change, suffering, and cannot maintain the same. But they are niccang, sukhang, atta. That is Dhamma of the Lord Buddha. No change, happiness, and and we can attain that. So this is we should learn. That's why the Buddha said that for the teaching of himself have the three benefits. First, the benefit is benefit for this life. Second is for next life. And the last one is for the supreme benefit. The first benefit for this life is when we do good, we good study, we have a good work, we can take care of family. The second benefit is for next life, we don't miss the precept. No killing, no stealing, no sexual misconduct, no lie, no alcohol. So next life is good because for the Buddhism, Buddha said that we don't have only one life or two life. We have many lifetimes. If we can reincarnation, we can know that. But the problem is we cannot do. So, and the third one is the supreme benefit is mean we go to nirvana, parinirvana. Nirvana is cure all defilement. So if we talk about the humanitarian work for Buddhism, for the Buddhist view, Buddha, he know that. And during the Buddha time, he have a lot of disciples become the king, become millionaire. If he want to help the poor people, very easy. We can ask the king or the millionaire to help poor people. Everyone follow, but he want to change their life. Not only this lifetime, but for next life and the utmost life. So that's why he teach them to not only give the food, but he teach them to become the giver. Not only get, give also. If you give more than you get, you can get more than you give. So that is his teaching of the Lord Buddha. If we help the poor people, is good, but we help every day until we die. We still have poor people. But if we teach them to help themselves by working, by sharing, they can get the benefit from learning and the benefit for next life also. That is the Buddhist concept of humanitarian work. We have three benefits: this life, next life, and the supreme life. And also we have body and mind. Buddha also teach us to take care of body and mind also. The mind is very important. So for this point, I would like to sharing one video with you about after Dr. Ambedkar conversion. Then many Buddhists can do activities, and Thailand get the benefit from teaching of the Lord Buddha and Dr. Ambedkar. So we turn back to India. Our organizing team go to organize the ordination program in India, and a lot of young generation can learn. If they no training, they will keep the training program. If no training, they spend life do nothing benefit. But this is they can learn about the truth of the life. So I would like to share video about 3 minutes about ordination in the Varanasi or Sarnath, where the Buddha gave the first sermon. You can see. Wait a little bit now.
मुझे ये कहना है, तुम्हें ये जानना है, तुम हो रोशनी हो बुद्ध के घर की। हा 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 हा, जब तुम ऊंचा उड़ोगे गगन के उस पार, तुम नई दुनिया बनाओगे। I love you India, India I love you। तुम जान लो बात मान विश्वास हो सबका, ख्वाब हो तुम, ख्वाब भारत का। जब तुम अपना ये फर्ज निभाओगे, देखो इन आंखों से झूमेगा भारत खुशियों से। I love you India, India I love you। तुम जान लो, बात मान लो। I love you India, India I love you। ये जान लो, ये मान लो, बुद्ध के घर की तुम रोशनी हो। तुम हो विश्वास, विश्वास हो सबका, ख्वाब हो तुम, ख्वाब भारत का। हाँ, 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 हाँ। तुम हो विश्वास, विश्वास हो सबका, ख्वाब हो तुम, ख्वाब भारत का। प्रेम और शांति से झूमेगा भारत, झूमेगा भारत खुशियों से। I love you India, India I love you। तुम जान लो, बात मान लो। I love you India, India I love you। ये जान लो, ये मान लो, बुद्ध के घर की तुम रोशनी हो। I love you India, India I love you। तुम जान लो, बात मान लो। I love you India, India I love you। ये जान लो, ये मान लो, बुद्ध के घर की तुम रोशनी हो, रोशनी हो।
That is the program in Saranat. I don't know. I have time. Still have time or not? I would like to talk about one Dhamma. Indeed, the Dhamma of the Lord Buddha, especially for humanitarian view. In the Buddhist view, have a lot, but we can bring any teaching of the Lord Buddha to learn. But for today, I would like to share about the 7 factors of awakening from the Lord Buddha. 7 factors of awakening from the Lord Buddha is easier to practice and follow, because sometimes we know about the Four Noble Truths, the Eightfold Path, many things. Many people may talk already. So today I would like to share the 7 factors of awakening from the Lord Buddha. This is, I think, maybe a matching of this time, because we call in Pali the Pochongkaparit. The Pochongkaparit is the 7 factors of awakening, or a Buddhist way of enhancing health. Is matching of nowadays we face the pandemic of COVID-19. How to spend life by the teaching of the Lord Buddha. The Buddha teaches us, in Pali we call Satta Pochanka. Mindfulness, we should have mindfulness. And then we have investigation. We have energy, joy, tranquility, concentration, and equanimity. So we can learn more. The mindfulness sati, or in Pali sati, to maintain awareness of reality. For example, if we want to do anything, we should have mindfulness by ourselves first. Have mindfulness, what we will do, what is the thing that we have to do, or we want to do good work or helping people, we have at least we have mindfulness for us first. Then investigation of the nature of reality, such as when we have mindfulness, then we investigate the nature of the reality. If we saw the people who got sick, we investigate the nature of the disease, what kind of disease, then, and when we know that what kind of disease, then we energy or viriya, we also give the determination or effort to solve that problem or to cure that disease. Such as if we got the infected of COVID-19, we can learn the nature of COVID-19. So don't must to be frightening. We have mindfulness, and we learn. Oh, this is COVID-19. It can be cured by automatically, but just take care during is have the symptom, and don't go to touching the other people. And after that, protection. So this is energy. Then when we have the energy, determination, do with our plan, we feel joy or rapture or bliss or pity. We happiness from the effort we have done. This is we call joy. Then we have relaxation or tranquility or passativity of both body and mind. It means when we know anything to do and we can do it, we feel happy, then we feel relaxed. This is the nature of the mind and body. Then our mind can focus very easy. We call concentration or samadhi, a calm one-pointed state of mind or clear awareness. And then we call equanimity or upekha. We can accept the reality as it is without craving or aversion. This is the 7 awakening factor of awakening of the Lord Buddha or Satta Pochanka. This is the since the Buddha time. There are the story that his follower Vedava Mahakassapa got sick. The Buddha went to visit him and gave him a teaching on the factor of awakening. At the end of teaching, Mahakassapa was killed. And another eminent follower, Mahamokkallana, fell in. The Buddha went to visit him, give the teaching, and his illness disappeared, vanished. Then the Buddha himself fell in. He requests that his distinguished disciple Mahajuntha give him a teaching on the factor of awakening. The Buddha was then similarly cured of his illness. This is the 7 awakening of 7 factor of awakening: awareness, investigation, energy, joy, calm, concentration, and equanimity. The story still told us that if anyone develop these 7 factors repeatedly like a cycle as a habit, they can cultivate inner peace and purity in their minds until attain the body or the enlightenment, as the name of this 7 of enlightenment or 7 factor of awakening. That is, I would like to share you to practice this. And for this today, I would like to end with this chanting, so you can learn the 7 factor of awakening from this chanting with the song and subtitle in English. And I will end with this chanting for you, because I think not talk too long, so talk short, but you can remember, that is better. So let's listen to the chanting of 7 factor of enlightenment or 7 factor of awakening or Satta Pochanka together. Oh.
ยะโตหัง
Oh, sorry นะ เดี๋ยวนะ Wait a little bit นะ Please wait a little bit. Okay, because indeed there are two versions นะ but I've been sharing of Theravada version first นะ This is Theravada version
ยะโตหังภคินิอริยายาชาติยาชาโทนาภิชานามิสันจิจปานังชีวิตาวโรเปตาเตนะสัจเจนะโสติเตโหตุโสติกาภัสสะโพชังโพสติสังฆาโตธัมมานังวิจโยตถาวิริยัมปิติปัสสติโพชังคาจตถาปเรสมาตุเปขโพชังคาสัตเตเตสัพพทาสินามุนินาสัมมตาคาตาภาวิตาภาหุริกตาสังวาตันติอภิญญายนิพพานายจะโพธิญาเอเตนะสัจวัจเจนะโสติเตโหตุสัพพทาเอกาสมิงสมัยเยนะโตโมคัลลานันจะกาสปังคิลาเนทุขิเดติสวะโพชังเคสัตตเทสยิเตจตังอภินันติตวารโรคามโมจิงสุตังคเนเอเตนะสัจวัจเจนะโสติเตโหตุสัพพทาเอกทาธรรมราชาปิเกรัญเยนาภิปิริโตจุนทาเทเรนตัญเยวพนาเปตวานาสาธารังสัมโพธิตวาจะอาปาทาตัมหาวุธาสิทานโสเอเตนะสัจวัจเจนะโสติเตโหตุสัพพทาปะหินาเตจะอาปาทาเตนานัมปิมเหสินังมาคาหัตถกิเลสาวะปัตตานุปาติธรรมตังเอเตนะสัจวัจเจนะโสติเตโหตุสัพพทา
That is the chanting of seven factor of awakening, but I think you may don't understand. So I will try to share another one, same meaning, but have the English subtitle and music together for Mahayana. Because Buddhism we have Theravada in Thailand, Theravada Myanmar, Sri Lanka, but for Mahayana from Malaysia, from China, from Taiwan. So I would like to share Mahayana chanting also of this sutta with the music, and we will end of the chanting.
Sangkato Dhamana Vicayo Tata Viriya Titipasadi Bojangga Catata Pare Sama kata Bawita bahuli kata Semua tanti abinyaya Nibanaya jabodia Edena sacha wajena Sotite hotu sabada Ekasmi samayenato Mogala nancaka sapang Kilane dukite diswa Bojange sakta desai Teca tanga binandi tuaroga mucim sultan kane Etena sacha wajena Sotite otu sabada Ekada damarajapi Kilanye nabi pilito Jundate rena tanyewa Banape wana sadarang Samodi tuaca abada tanghamu kasih tanaso Etena sacha wajena Sotite otu sabada Ahina teja abada Tina nampi mahesina Magahata kilesawa Patanupa tidak mata Etena sacha wajena Sotite otu sabada
Okay, that is now my sharing for today, and thank you again for the organizing committee for inviting me to join this auspicious program, especially on the Dr. Ambedkar Gate Conversion Day. And we do hope to working together in the future. And I would like to say that if the Zoom room, because I can see that your capacity is only 100, if more participants cannot join, because I join and it said that it's maximum already, so we can support the Zoom room because we have capacity 500 Zoom cell per time. At least 500 Zoom cell can join per time. So if you need, we can support you in the future. So today, thank you very much. Anumodana sadhu sadhu sadhu.
Thank you very much, sir. It was really a very thought-provoking speech. Dear friends, participants, honorable dignitaries, we have listened a lecture that was really full of wisdom, spiritualism, philosophy, and that too in very simple words. Thank you again, Honorable Dr. Ponchai sir. Now I would like to call upon the chairman of this inaugural session. As a chairman, we have with us Honorable Dolendraji Patil sir. In the very beginning, I have given his introduction. Again, who have lately joined us. For all of us, again, I would like to say a few words about him. He is our mentor. He is our source of inspiration, who always helps us, supports us in all our undertakings. He is a great lover of in the field of education, a devoted personality, I would say, in the field of education. He is the treasurer of our Sri Gajanan Maharaj Shikshan Sanstha, Chief Executive Officer of the most famous school, that is Delhi Public School in Amravati. He is with us, and without wasting any time, we are very fortunate that he has joined, and he has been with us from the very beginning of this international e-conference. So I request Honorable Shri Dolendraji Patil sir to please start your speech, your presidential address. Dr. Dolendraji Patil sir.
Hello. Sir.
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, I'm audible. Yeah, you're audible, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes. Welcome you, sir. You may
Thank
start,
you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. A hearty good afternoon to one and all present over here. Dr. Prashant Rokde, who has inaugurated this e-conference. And we have heard Dr. Pronchai from Thailand. On behalf of Narayana Rana Mahavidyalaya, I feel privileged that both the dignitaries were there and they have given their valuable time to guide us about the histories for this international e-conference organized by our two colleges, that is Narayana Rana Mahavidyalaya and Dr. Gopal Khedkar Mahavidyalaya, Gadegaon, Telhara. I would like to welcome on behalf of Gajanan Maharaj Shikshan Sansthan all the participants, students, and huge number of professors from Maharashtra and other states for attending this one-day international e-conference on need for rewriting histories. It means इतिहास के पुनर्लेखन की आवश्यकता है क्या? क्यों हमें इतिहास को पुनर्लिखना है? So I want to say one thing in this. By the definition of histories, because we have done our studies in up to 12th class, I was having history. So it is a continuous and systematic narrative of past events relating to the particular people, countries, period, person, etc. It is written in the chronological order that we have done the study. And it is important that history must be true and fact of the records, whatever records were there. But like if we say that in today's history books, today's history book describe that Akbar is one of the greatest emperor of Mughal Samraj or Mughal ancestors. And he is referred to as Akbar as a great, Akbar the Great we were calling over there at that time. Will this rewritten, we'll have to rewrite again these things. So whether we will rewrite, then the question arises whether Akbar is great or not. In the same way, how Raja Ram Singh or Raja Man Singh, the brave and highly trusted Rajput commander of Akbar armies, he helped Akbar to extend his empire in India to be represented. He can be forgiven for fighting with Maharana Pratap in the battle of Haldi Ghati on behalf of Akbar. So this all will change. For changing all this kind of a histories, will have some proof, some factual record should be there. Then only this should be changed. Or like we can say, like in the recent time, we can say like Subhash Chandra Bose, who raised his arm against British, which was disliked by Gandhiji's and Nehru's at that time. Will he be the new champion in India to struggle for independence in place of Mahatma Gandhi? Whether it is possible or not, these things has to be verified, or these things should be based on the fact knowledge. Then only these things should be changed as per my views. Otherwise, we'll feel change, and the coming generation what we have read and we have knowledge, or we have gone through the history from 18th century or 15th century, whatever we have read, it will definitely, it will going to change when we are coming to 21st, 22nd, 3rd century, 24th century. It will change because time passes, so it will definitely change. But main thing is that what is need to be discussed, what is need to be added, what should be rewritten, what should be deleted, what should be omitted from the Indian history, whether it is available, correctly available or not. This has to be checked. Because we have found in the last days, last few years back, some Karnataka government, they changed the Tipu Sultan and they removed from the history books. So why they removed? This has to be there also. Previously, why it was incorporated? Because we saw when we were there, when we were studying, at that time we saw one serial in Doordarshan, that Tipu Sultan. We were there sitting and we were watching this Tipu Sultan. We inspired how he was fighting and what he has done for the during the British rule, what he has done. This all we know. But automatically, if we'll change and the new generation, what they will read about the Tipu Sultan, like that he forcefully he changed Hindus to Islam, like this of the things he has done, and he committed atrocities against Hindus. These things which we have not gone through, they will gone through. They will be reading in this kind of a thing. So before changing, we'll have to take care of this kind of a things. Plus, whether the government, whether the present government, whether the political party which runs the government, whether they are trusted, whether they are believing, or not, whether they are not, we'll have to check whether they are biased. So for changing this history or rewriting the history, we require unbiased government. We require trusted government. These things should be taken care of, and this should be definitely this will become, whenever you are changing the history, this becomes a political debates also. So all these things should be taken care of, and this should be brought to the notice, and there should be some committees should be formed for rewriting the histories, so that correct history and correct things should go forward. Because now though we will rewrite, we will change, but the new generation which are coming forward, they are going through this whatever we have written today, and they will call it as a history, and they will read. So this whatever we are writing or rewriting today should be taken care of with the confidence of today's government, so that the correct things should be focused and correct things should be given. So it is important that the history should be recorded unbiased and in objective manner, that it must not satisfy the selfishness interest of those who are in power or who are in charge of writing of this history. I will not take much time, this much only from my side. This only I have, because that's not my subject, but when I have gone through this this brochure, and when they have given this invitation to me, at that time I came to know, okay, this why it is required. Then I searched somewhere on how to go ahead. Then I found that Tipu Sultan case over there in Karnataka government has changed from the books of history. So if we are planning to change, or if you are thinking that this should be changed, so people should come out, those who are like you people are doing PhDs, or though you are the masters in histories, so you should come out and brought to the notice of the government, so that state government and then central government accordingly, whatever process is there, you should follow. And main thing is that, or why we want to change, that is the object of rewriting should be clear. And if it is clear, then only we can go forward, and there should be no selfishness should be there. Like, so it should not be biased with the caste, it should not be biased with the religion. This kind of a thing should be there, and fact and total record should be there. Then only this rewriting of the history should be go ahead. This much only from my side. Thank you and welcoming all, and go ahead, and best wishes for your rest of the technical sessions and all. Might be I will join again. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Dear sir, though you said that you are not a student of history and you studied history only up to 10th standard, the way you delivered speech
No,
today,
up to
it
12th, up
showed
to
us
12th
that
it
you
was
are
there,
a
sir.
great reader of history. You touched upon various topics. Those are burning topics. Why Akbar is called great? If after winning Mewat, if so many thousands of people died, and still we call him great. These things have to be rewritten. It needs there should be vastly written things. We have to throw, our historians have to throw light on these things also. Similarly, you talked about Tipu Sultan, and you also thrown light upon the relations of Mahatma Gandhi ji and Subhash Chandra ji Bose. Yes, there are so many things on which still historians can write, and still the hidden facts about these things can be brought before the people if the historians try to write. And for that, you also stressed on a very important aspect, very important thing, that is history should be written with objectivity, with impartiality. It should be written with unbiased mind, and there should be no prejudice. Yes, that is true. I remembered Francis Bacon. Francis Bacon is known as the father of English essays. While mentioning and talking about the benefits of various subjects, he also talked about history. He said, history makes man wise. If history makes man wise, if such is the capacity, if such is the capacity and greatness of this subject, then this subject should be written with objectivity, and the historians, the scholars will have to work hard to bring before the people the hidden facts, all those things, all those aspects which are not touched upon, which haven't been touched upon yet. They have to touch upon those things. And still, yes, and for such intention, for such purpose, this international e-conference has been organized. We are very much thankful to you. You stressed upon all these things, and yes, really, you also touched upon our hearts. I remember a few lines of famous Hindi poet, Kavi Dushyant Kumar. We always say that, yes, it is written. Why there is a need to rewrite? Yes, there are so many unsung heroes. There are so many things still on which no light has been thrown. So we have to work hard. We have to try to write on those things also. I remember Kavi Dushyant Kumar, his famous poem and few lines, within a minute, I will sum up. हो गई है पीर पर्वत सी अब तो पिघलनी चाहिए, हो गई है पीर पर्वत सी अब तो पिघलनी चाहिए, इस हिमालय से अब तो गंगा निकलनी चाहिए, इस हिमालय से अब तो गंगा निकलनी चाहिए, मेरे सीने में नहीं तो तेरे सीने में सही, मेरे सीने में नहीं तो तेरे सीने में सही, हो कहीं भी ये आग, हो कहीं भी ये आग मगर जलनी चाहिए, ये आग मगर जलनी चाहिए। जितने भी हिस्ट्री के लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं, जिनके अंदर ये आग है, ये फायर है कि नहीं, नए तरीके से बहुत सारी चीजें और हम रख सकते हैं, तो निश्चित तौर पे ये आग हमारे अंदर की हमने जलानी चाहिए। और इसी के लिए इस ई कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन किया गया है, और हम बहुत खुशनसीब है। वी आर वेरी फॉर्चुनेट that the chairman has delivered a very valuable message. Definitely we will try to follow your message, sir. Once again, very much thankful to you. Very much thankful to you. Now, I would like to, we are going towards the concluding ceremony of this inaugural session. I would like to request Dr. Dheeraj Najan, sir, who is the HOD of history and who is one of the conveners of this international e-conference. Dr. Dheeraj Kumar Najan, sir, please come up and propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir. माझी एक सूचना होती साहेब. हॅलो.
ओके.
एक सूचना, थोडं काही व्यक्तींना काही प्रश्नोत्तर तर विचारायचे असतील तर प्रश्नोत्तरासाठी एक 5 मिनिट द्यावेत अशी माझी विनंती आहे आपल्याला. आरके गायकवाड बोलतोय मी.
ओके. नजन सर, यू सेड, तुम्ही म्हणाले ना मला हे. ओके.
मी आरके गायकवाड बोलतो.
गायकवाड सर,
ओके
हा, हा.
ओके
गायकवाड सर ऐका, अगोदर वोट ऑफ थँक्स होऊ द्या, नंतर
बरोबर, ठीक आहे.
नंतर होणार आहे तेव्हा.
चालेल,
प्रश्नोत्तराचा तास नंतर आहे.
चालेल साहेब, चालेल.
Okay, okay. I am just an anchor. I have to follow the directions and suggestions of the conveners. Gaikwad sir probably satisfied with the answer of convener, Dr. Bansod sir. Now I call upon Dr. Dheeraj Kumar Najan sir. Come up please and please propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Khode sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, quiet.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, all. Myself, Dr. Dheeraj Nazan, HOD of History, and I also convener this e-conference. First of all, I express my great tributes to Dr. Punjab Rao alias Bhausaheb Deshmukh, of the great educationist and founder of Sri Shivaji Education Society Amravati, and Dr. Gopal Rao alias Babasaheb Khedkar, and also Narayan Rao Rana. I cordially welcome all of you to this one day international e-conference jointly organized by Sri Shivaji Education Society Amravati's Dr. Gopal Rao Khedkar Mahavidyalay Gadegaon Telara and Narayan Rao Rana Mahavidyalay Badnera, District Amravati, established by Sri Gajanan Maharaj Education Society Amravati. It is for the first time that we organizing such type of international conference. I sincerely express my gratitude for your active participation and favorable response. First of all, I express my sincere thanks to the keynote speaker of this e-conference, the well-known person of an international repute, Honorable Dr. Ponchai Palavadhammo, President of World Alliance of Buddhists, Thailand, who spared his valuable time from his busy schedule and delivered an excellent speech and guided us for his enlightened thoughts, made us feel proud. I am extremely thankful. Thank you to sir. I also express my deep felt gratitude to Honorable Dr. Murlidharji Wadekar sir, Joint Director, Higher Education, Amravati Division, Amravati. I also express my sincere thanks to the chief guest and inauguration जिन्होंने किया है e-conference, Honorable Dr. Prashant Ji Rokde, IRS, Joint Commissioner Custom Delhi, Special Investigation and Intelligence Branch, who spared his valuable time and delivered such a wonderful speech on this occasion and also inaugurated this conference. I am indebted to the chairman of today's e-conference, Honorable Sri Dolendraji Patil, Treasurer Sri Gajanan Maharaj Education Society Amravati, who presided over the program, blessed us and guided us. Once again, I express my sincere thanks to you, sir, for your gracious presence. I am very much thankful to Dr. Gopal Dhole sir, Principal Dr. Gopal Rao Khedkar Mahavidyalay Gadegaon Telara, who delivered his introductory speech and guided us. Thank you, sir. I am also thankful to Dr. Gopal Vairale sir, Principal Narayan Rao Rana Mahavidyalay Badnera, who delivered welcome speech and guided us. Thank you so much, sir. I am thankful to the anchor of this conference, Professor Satish Khode sir, and all the delegates, professors, researchers, and students for their active participation in this conference. With the permission of the chairman, I declare that the first session is over. The second session, technical session, will start shortly. Now I call upon Dr. Gopal Jondalekar for anchoring the second technical session. Dr. Gopal Jondalekar sir, please.
Just a minute. With this, I, Satish Khode, also conclude my words. If I have mistaken somewhere, please forgive me. I apologize you if I have mistaken somewhere. Thank you very much.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Huh?
I have one question, sir. I have one queries related to research paper. Can I ask?
Not
Najan
now,
sir
not
and
now.
Bansud sir.
Not now. No queries will be asked right now. This is an inaugural session. There will be a separate time given by Dr. Santosh Bansal for the same. This is the inaugural session, not question answer session. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Myself, Dr. Gopal Zondadekar, Assistant Professor from Dr. Gopal Rao Khadkar Mahavidyalaya, Gadegaon, Tellara. I cordially welcome all of you for the second technical session. The chairperson of this technical session is Dr. Sushim Pagare, sir. And plenary talk is going to be delivered by Dr. Sandesh Wagh, sir. Before I start, I would like to welcome all of you for this e-conference on the topic consequences of British invasion of India, rewriting history, jointly organized by Dr. Gopal Rao Khadkar College and Narayan Rao Rana Mahavidyalaya, Badnera, Amravati. First of all, I express my deep felt gratitude to Dr. Punjab Rao alias Bhau Sahib Deshmukh, the founder, president and great educationist, and Dr. Gopal Rao Khadkar, the first Minister for Rural Development, Maharashtra State. This is the second session, and chairperson, let me introduce something about Professor Dr. Sushim Pagare, sir. He is HOD of Department of History in PMB Gujarati Arts and Law College, Indore, Madhya Pradesh. Dr. Pagare, sir, is a PhD supervisor. Under his supervision, 5 students or researchers received PhD degree. He published many articles. More than 100 research papers are published by him. He is well-known commentator of cricket match at the international level and actively participate for the same all over the world. His father was also a professor of history and received the prestigious Padma Bhushan Award by the Government of India. Apart from that, Dr. Sushim Pagare, sir, is a man of international repute who is the member of International Foreign Policy and Politics and participated in many programs on TV and electronic discussions as a subject expert. Apart from that, he is nominated by the central government as the member of Indian Social and Cultural Council. For that, he visited numerous countries abroad. Another plenary talk or by Dr. Sandesh Wagh, sir. Let me introduce today's chairperson. He is a chairman, plenary talk, chairman of Board of Studies, Department of History and Archaeology, University of Mumbai. Dr. Sandesh Wagh, sir, is professor and he published more than 50 books. 7 students received PhD degrees under his supervision, while 32 MPhil degrees were received by the students under his supervision. Dr. Wagh, sir, delivered numerous lectures in more than 18 countries. He is also working as a joint secretary of SC/ST Commission of Government of Maharashtra and submitted the 32 pages report regarding the same to the Government of Maharashtra. He is also founder president of Ambedkarites History Congress and actively participating in many social activities. Now, I would like to introduce, call upon, request Dr. Harshal Nimborkar, sir, to deliver introductory speech. Dr. Harshal Nimborkar, sir, please.
Your mic, Nimborkar sir, your mic.
Very good afternoon to you all, respected chairperson, Dr. Sushim Pagare sir, and resource person of this technical session, Dr. Sandesh Wag sir, respected dignitaries and dear participants. This is Dr. Harshal Nimborkar to deliver introductory remarks. Dear all, we have with us today Dr. Sushim Pagare sir as the chairperson of the sessions. He is an assistant professor of history, PMB Gujarati Arts and Law College, Indore. He is a well-known personality and has valuable contribution in the field of history. The resource person of these technical sessions is Dr. Sandesh Wag sir. Dear friends, he is a such famous personality that he needs no recognition. He is a chairman of Board of Studies, History and Archaeology, University of Mumbai, and eminent personality is also the chairman of Ambedkarite History Congress. He has delivered 350 lectures at national and international levels. He has published 49 books. Total 9 students are awarded PhD degree under his guidance, and also 32 students are awarded MPhil degree under his guidance. He has published 142 papers. He has delivered as a guest lectures in 18 countries. So I welcome to you, sir. With this, I conclude my introductory remarks. And now over to Dr. Dondekar sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much for your introductory remarks. Now I request Honorable Dr. Sandesh Wag sir to deliver his plenary talk. The topic of his today's speech is Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar and British Quest for Social Justice. Please, Dr. Sandesh Wag sir, please proceed.
Thank you, sir, for inviting me over here. Just wait for a while. At the outset, I'm really thankful for the organizers for inviting me for the plenary session for delivering a talk, basically on the Indian historiography and the need of rewriting the Indian history during the British colonial rule. Narayan Rao Rana Mahavidyalaya, Badnera, Amravati, Dr. Gopal Rao Khedkar Mahavidyalaya, Gadegaon, Telhara, District Akola, and these colleges are affiliated to the Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University. It's a one-day international e-conference on the consequences of British invasion of India, need of rewriting the history, and that is on 14th October 2021. This particular conference has been organized by the particular scholars. Anyways, is my PPT visible right now for all of you? I hope so.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, actually, basically my contention of speaking of the topic was different, but when I observed that many of the speakers are talking about the historiography and the trends of rewriting the history, how it got evolved out in the India is a basic matter. But first of all, I would like to say that most venerable Ponchai has delivered his talk about Buddhism and Ambedkarism on the eve of the 14th October, when Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar has converted to Buddhism along with his millions of followers in the India, and now we can see that crores of followers of who follow Buddhism in India are rising day by day. So it's a great day, which is called as a Dhammachakka Anupavatana Dina. After Samrat Ashoka's Dhammachakka Pavatan conversion was called as a Dhammachakka Pavatan Dina, and Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar's conversion to Buddhism is called as the Dhammachakra Pavattan Anupavattan Dina in India. Well, I'm really thankful to the organizers for inviting me over here. I cannot take the names of each and every person because time constraint. But anyways, in the first session, where we find that Chief Guest Dr. Prashant Rokde, IRS, the Joint Commissioner, Customs, Delhi, with a special investigation and intelligence branch of the Government of India for the Customs, he delivered its Chief Guest address. Chairman Dolendraji Patil, Treasurer of Gajanan Maharaj Shikshan Sanstha Amravati, and keynote address was delivered by Most Venerable Dr. Prongchai Palwadhammo, PM Pong, President of World Alliance of Buddhists, WAB, Thailand. I had I had met him in the Thailand with Bhante Prashil and 2 times quite long back. This is the 3rd time in the online. I'm just meeting it right now. Yeah. The introduction was given by Dr. Gopal Dole. Welcome speech was given by Dr. Gopal Vairale, and word of thanks was given by Dr. Dheeraj Najan. Now, in this technical session, chairperson is Dr. Sushil Pagare, Assistant Professor, Department of History, PMB Gujarati Arts Law College, Indore. And I'll be delivering a talk on this particular aspect, but basically I will be clearing out the ideas of this particular sessions right now. I'm really thankful to my brother, Dr. Santosh Bansal, who also happens to be the Secretary of Ambedkarite History Congress for national level, and we have organized more than 450 lectures in the pandemic situation, in the lockdown, about Buddhism, Ambedkarism, Pali, and the competitive examinations in India. Let's go back to the topic. Now, when we try to talk about this particular things right now, we need to understand that how this recent trends in the Indian historiography developed and how these concepts are there. So when we're trying to understand these particular topics and points, that we should understand that, was India a country where the history was written in a true sense? No, it was not so. In the India, the language of the God was considered to be a Sanskrit, and everything was been written in the Sanskrit, and the others were not allowed to, more than 75% of the people were not allowed to write and read Sanskrit to a larger extent. Now, when we try to understand these particular points, let us understand what exactly the recent trends in the Indian historiography developed and how it developed in the 19th century under the colonial rule. So this is something about which I'll be talking about 10 minutes and then another in 10 minutes, and then I'll be talking specifically about the subject. Now, the study of history is a scientifically developed discipline beginning in 19th century. It was only then that the historians tried to absorb the lesson of the early history writings and could develop a new methods and techniques. It was during its venture to know that the historical writings of the earlier period did historiography emerge as part of history. So the concept of an historiography got emerged in the period of the Britishers, that is colonial period, that we need to understand to a larger extent, and how I will be explaining the different trends of an history that are there in India. Now, historiography simply means the history of the art of an historical writing. In other words, it is the history of history or the history of the historical thought. So it's basically history of a history, that is an historiography. As we know that the colonial modernity and the knowledge which brought the historical sense to the Indians, systematic historical writing began in India during the early period of the British colonialism, that we should understand that the credit goes to the Britishers to a larger extent. That's what my humble submission is there. So when we're trying to understand this particular time, that it is the outcome of the administrative necessity of the Britishers that they have written the history of India. They have tried to understand the past, society, culture of the Indian history to a larger extent. When we go ahead, let us understand that there are different schemes of the different schools of the thoughts or the historiographical trends in the Indian history got developed. They are colonial, imperialistic, nationalist, Marxist, Cambridge, subaltern. And the more over stress that I'm going to go give you to his Ambedkarite historiography is new thought as a president of an Ambedkarite historiography that I'm going to put over here right. So let us understand that in the colonial period, in the British regime, the rewriting of the history started, and the trends got developed are the colonial history, the imperialist history, nationalist history, Marxist history, Cambridge history, and subaltern history. Well, going ahead, let us understand very fastly and quickly. As we all know that the Britishers ruled in India, they had a subsidiary alliance in doctrine of lapse, and then they captured the power, and there was a colonial rule of the British after 1858. It was a Queen's Proclamation, and the British had the rule over here in India. And they started writing the modern Indian history, and the colonial school of history got developed in India, and that laid the foundation for the development of the investigation of the India's past culture that we should understand. These colonial writers upheld the different ideologies in their writings that are utilitarian, the evangelicals, and the administrative historians, about which I'm going to talk in due course of time. Well, talking about the utilitarian history, but let me tell you about that. The history of the social history began in the Britain, and the history of the downtrodden was coined by Anatole Gramsci. But let us understand that the social history began to be written in the Britain. This is what basically that we need to understand. Now, let us understand this particular point, that the utilitarian school of the political philosophy was started by Jeremy Bentham in England, and it was byproduct of the enlightenment of the Europe. The utilitarian stood for the power vested within the hands of the rulers must be utilized and for the benefit of the society. So this is what we understand, that in this particular course of time, when we are trying to understand this particular historiographical point of view, that in 1828, Lott was published and became a trendsetter for the subsequent historical works produced in the colonial writers. This is what an humble submission that I'm making right now over here before all the August gathering. Let us go ahead and try to understand how is that we need to understand. When they try to divide the Indian history, they have tried to basically try to understand the history of the Mohammedan history, and they also try to understand the history as a history of the Hindus history in the various period. This is what an humble submission that I'm making right now. Anyways, going ahead, I'm trying to understand these particular points. The evangelical historians are there. So we need to understand that these people have basically divided with the periodization was used by the subsequent colonial historians. And in fact, it was the recognition of the divide and rule policy of the colonial authorities of India. This is what we need to understand to a larger extent. Going ahead with the administrative historians, I'm just skipping it out because when we are trying to understand rewriting the history and understanding the recent trends in history, so how this history was been rewritten. The history was written by the colonial history, imperialist history, neo-imperial history. Then we find that evangelical historians and the administrative historians. So these are the peoples. So these administrative historians were the another category of the development of writing India's history. They wrote as a part of an official duty. This is one thing that we need to understand. Now, who are they? Those who wrote this administrative histories: Vincent Smith, who produced several works of India. Then Macaulay, William Wilson, Hunter, B. Malson, Henry Manny, and J. Charles Boy Wheeler, Alfred Lowell, and W.H. Moreland, J.D. Cunningham, James Todd, Mark Wilson, John Grant Ruffin, Robert Home, T.R. Holmes, and M.S. Elphiston. So many people are there. They have developed these particular schools in the course of time. 10 constraints are there, so I'm just keeping it out this particular point. So it was an administrative need, and they developed a chapter in the new chapter in the history of writing history of India in the modern times. This is what we need to understand. And basically, let us go ahead with the nationalist history. So the 19th century British historian played a very crucial role in provoking the nationalist reactions, and the nationalistic history played a very important role in the ideological base for the freedom struggle and in analyzing the economic consequences of the imperialism. So we need to understand this, how this economic imperialism is there, and how this nationalist history played a very important role and decisive role in this particular manner. Let's go ahead and try to understand what the point of contentions of mine over here is that. Since time constraint is there, I'm not going to talk about that, but Rajendra Mitra and R.K. Mukherjee, K.P. Jaiswal, R.C. Dutt, Dadabhai Naoroji, many have written a lot, and that is part of a nationalist historian. Even R.G. Bhandakar, H.C. Rai Chaudhary, G. S. Desai, S. Krishnaswamy Iyengar, Lala Rashmut Rai, C.F. Andrews, Patabi Sitaramaya, Girija Mukherjee were the prominent important nationalist writers. Well, these are all the prominent important nationalist history. There are colonial historians, there are evangelical historians, there are administrative historians, there are nationalist historians. Now, my point of contention is Ambedkarite history, Ambedkarite historiography, and the need of rewriting the history. That's what been exactly coined by my brother, Dr. Santosh Bansal, in this particular conference. Let's go ahead with talking of the Marxist historian talk. Now, this the Marx said that the haves and haves not of the class in the world, and when Marx said about it, that was in concern with the industrial revolution. But as far as the India is concerned, let us try to understand that in India, the basic problem is about the caste and Chaturvarna system, about which Marx was not aware, and therefore the issue of this particular point was not taken into consideration by Marx, and therefore we should understand that how this concept was cleared by Marx to a larger extent. There are many people, those who have contributed in the Marxist historiography. Mainly, I would like to term and say about in the earlier writings about the M.N. Roy, who played a very important role in this particular manner. And then we have got many other peoples that they have played a very important role in this particular manner. These peoples are, I'll be talking about them in the course of time. Anyways, let's go ahead and try to understand how this colonial period played an important role. R.S. Sharma is there, Romila Thapar is there, Bipin Chandra, Sumit Sarkar, Subhoshan Sarkar, Sunil Sen, Hiren Mukherjee, Ken Panikkar, Irfan Habib, all these people have written, but they have basically concentrated about the medieval Indian history. They haven't focused on the history of the downtrodden, history of the from the below. They haven't concentrated about the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, denotified tribe, denominated tribe, the Buddhist, the minorities in the India. They only focused on these medieval aspects, and they focused the history masses with the masses interpretation that we need to understand. Here, the Dr. Ambedkar's contribution comes ahead, and I'm going to talk about that. Let us go and try to understand about the neo-imperialist approach. The neo-imperialist writers analyze the existence of the colonialism in the India as a political, social, economic, and cultural structure, and given an interpretation in this particular manner. That's what exactly is the thing that I would like to say. Basically, Judith Brown, Ash Jalal, David Washbrook, C.J. Becker, and C.A. Daly, and Rutherford, they have contributed in this particular manner that I'm just going to highlight and just say about that neo-imperialism approach was being developed in the course of time. Let's go ahead with the subaltern history, subaltern studies, and I'm coming near to this my contention of topic by speaking about this particular aspects. That the subaltern thought is a thought of the history from the belows. It is an inquiry of the history from of the less peoples. Now, here I have already quoted and I have already stated about this, that the subaltern historian introduced a new trend of an historical research in the modern Indian historiography. The development of the historical writing in the 1960s was beginning of this new style of inquiry for the history of the less people. This new initiative was taken by the historians that we need to understand. Rodney Hilton, E.P. Thompson, Eric Hobson, George Rood, and Sowell had a different influence on the writings of the placing common peoples in the center of the studies. We need to understand in India, Ranjit Guha has approach with this particular elitism, colonial elitism, and bourgeois elitism. This particular aspect has been taken into consideration. Let's go ahead. And many others have contributed in that. I've already mentioned here about that. David Arnold, Gyan Pandey, Path Chatterjee, Shahid Amin, Tanika Sarkar, Sumit Sarkar, Gayatri Spinwick, Julie Stephens, Arvind Das, N.K. Chandra, Stephen Hannibal, Dipesh Chakrabarti, Gautam Bhadra, many have them contributed a lot. Now, people have criticized this particularly subaltern school of history because they have never ever touched the issue of the untouchability. They have never ever touched the issues of the Shudras in the Indian history to a larger extent. And here we need to understand that Mahatma Jyotiba Phule is the greatest subaltern historian of India. Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar is a true subaltern historian in India. That is what we need to understand. In a colonial period, in the British colonial period, Dr. Ambedkar is one of the greatest historians that we need to understand. And this is my humble submission over here right now before the August gathering. As already Santosh Bansal, sir, as an historian, has spoken out in some time that when you try to understand that Romila Thapar, Irfan Habib, they are historians, but they have not written as much as Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar has written. See, I was basically a member of the writings, the committee of Mahatma Jyotiba Phule of Government of Maharashtra, and I come across with Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar writing speeches, also volumes also. Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar's writings and speeches runs about 20,000 pages. No historian in the world or no historian in the India, his writings is about and speeches is about 22,000 pages. It's only Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. It's only Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, and the ideology of writing history is basically based on the idea of rewriting the history is because of Dr. Ambedkar that we need to understand. Now, coming back to an important aspect is about what exactly that means. The features of an Ambedkarite historiography as a president of an Ambedkarite history Congress, I would like to highlight over here for the August gathering, and we'll go ahead with that particular topic so that the people understand what Dr. Ambedkar's contribution is there. I reiterate and say that no other historian in India, not even a single historian in India can be compared with Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar's historical writing and historical reinterpretations and historical rewritings. It's an absolutely true with an authority with 47 books that I have written today. till date, I know that Dr. Ambedkar is the greatest historian, but the matter of fact, Dr. Ambedkar, being scheduled caste, being Buddhist, has been ignored by the upper caste historian in India for many years. This is what an humble submission is there. It's a part of a colonial history where Dr. Ambedkar could write, and basically in the colonial period, that is in the British period, the issue of rewriting the history started to a larger extent, because the Britishers have interpreted the history, they have translated the history to a larger extent, and because of that, Dr. Ambedkar could understand what is there in the Manusmriti, what is there in the Rig Veda, and then he could understand what is there in the Apastama Dharma Sutra, Gautam Dharma Sutra, Narada Smriti, and then he started rewriting the history. When you try to rewrite the history, you try to create the history. Once upon a time, Dr. Ambedkar has said that those who forget history cannot create history. It's an absolutely important point that we need to understand. Those who forget history cannot create history. So therefore, it is absolutely necessary to understand that there is a need of rewriting the history, re-understanding the history, reinterpreting the history, and therefore, Dr. Ambedkar started rewriting the history. The divine theory of divine ordination of the formation of the universe is in the Chaturvarna, that is in the Rig Veda, that is in the Rig Veda, and that is in the Purusha Sukta, and that is in the 10th Mandala, that is in the 9th Yamana, that talks about the formation of the universe, the Brahma, that is Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudras. At that juncture of time, they have imposed the various atrocities on the Shudras and the Ati Shudras also. The Shudras were not considered to be Dvijas, and they were asked to work for the Trevarnikas. So this is all myth. These myths have been exposed by Mahatma Jyotiba Phule in the colonial period. In the colonial period, the Britishers started giving education to the backward caste also, the scheduled caste also, other backward caste. Mahatma Jyotiba Phule belongs to the Mali community, that is Garden community. He understood that, he understood the James School, he understood the Indian, and he started the rewriting history. So in the colonial history has an impact on the Indian history. That's why the school of Ambedkarite historiography got developed. Now let us go and understand about the other aspect. The other aspect over is about the emphasizing the social history. Now, emphasizing the social history is an absolutely important point because this social history was never been written. As we all know that history is the history of the kings, history is the history of the Pope, the history is the history of the upper caste people in India. As I've already taught, one of my books is on the landmarks in the world history that is applicable for the in the syllabus of the University of Mumbai, where I've already stated that the Renaissance was a period and the Reformation was a period where the history of the common man was being emphasized to a larger extent. And depiction of Mona Lisa, depiction of the common man's history started in the period of the Renaissance and Reformation in the Europe. And it was quite long time that it has taken in India, that the British colonial rule was responsible for bringing back the social history. And therefore, Dr. Ambedkar said that what is history? History is something that reflects the society, that reflects the social life. And if its social life is not been reflected in the history, then how can you call it an history? It cannot be a mockery. It cannot be only for the political peoples. It cannot be only for the kings, and it cannot be only for the religious domination. So he started the emphasizing on the social history. So therefore, we understand that in the modern Indian history, the tribals have played a very important role. The Bhils have played a very important role. The Mahars have played an important role, and they have been recorded nowadays because it's a travel. It's basically the mutiny of the tribals, the mutiny of the Tanta Bhil, the mutiny of the indigenous peoples has been recorded to a larger extent that we need to understand. So Dr. Ambedkar started emphasizing on the social history. Again, the important point is about the factual history that we need to understand. Dr. Ambedkar is one in the world and in the India who has propagated the factual history. He said that the myths that are generated by the Chaturvarna system, which says that the Chaturvarna system is a divine ordination, it is created by the God, is absolutely false. And he said that the Atishudras are not part of this Chaturvarna systems, and it is a system created by the Brahmins, the ethnocentric class, the hegemony of that they wanted to maintain, and that's why they have created this caste system and Chaturvarna system. So things that were considered as pious things in the world, in the India, are not pious, are not actually created by the God, but they are created by the Brahmins for their own selfish, ulterior, concoctive motives to dominate the downtown peoples in the India. This is what we need to understand to a larger extent. And writing the factual history. As Honorable Venerable Ponchai has already said about the Buddhist history, I am submitting before the Venerable Ponchai over here, the President of the World Alliance of the Buddhists, that I'm submitting a memorandum, a draft to the Mr. Nitin Gadkari for the road transport. I'm already in the process right now. Is about the developing the Buddhist circuits in the Maharashtra and in all over India, and what is the need for the same. That is what I'm basically going to put forth about that. And India was the land of the Buddha. The song that was played by most venerable Ponchai, President of the World Alliance of Buddhist Thailand, that says that the right of Buddha has come from the India. And yes, true, it's true. Most of the Asian, Southeast Asian countries look towards India as a place where is the land of a Buddha. And therefore, Dr. Ambedkar, when he converted to Buddhism, he said that we want to have an international collaboration with the Buddhist countries so that Buddhist seminaries will be there, Sunday Buddhist Dhamma schools will be there in India. Unfortunately, his dream and vision could not be realized, but definitely we will go ahead with the World Alliance of the Buddhists, which has 111 Buddhist countries, 111 nations are there with the Buddhist Alliance. And I feel that I spoke to Dr. Santosh Bansal, why not to be a part of World Alliance of Buddhists and try to spread Buddhism all over the world and try to give wherever the places of the Buddhism are there and try to get the international collaboration in the manner. Thousands of statues of Buddhas are given by this World Alliance of Buddhists and trials. Okay, time constraint. Again, I'm going to come back to the topic is that writing the factual history is an absolutely important point. The Indian history is based on it's based on the myths, and the myths are created and the myths are written by the upper caste peoples just only for the maintaining their superiority, maintaining their hegemony over the others. Now, going ahead with another point is about the documentation of the history of the marginalized communities, an absolutely important point that I'm just going to put forth right now here. I'm a little fast because of the time constraint. Anyways, documentation of the history of the marginalized communities is an absolutely important issue that we need to understand. Where do the scheduled castes stand in the Indian national movement? Where do the scheduled tribes stand in the Indian national movement? Though they have contributed a lot. Well, there was a conference organized by the ICHR and other department. And in that conference, I have given the names of the 600 scheduled caste peoples belong to the scheduled caste community, basically the Moshi community and the Charmakar communities in Uttar Pradesh, those who have been hanged till death in Uttar Pradesh. And that was the basic point that I've showed that, yes, the scheduled caste peoples also sacrificed their life, and it has not been portrayed as it should have been portrayed. This is what we need to understand. So, do we exist in the history is a matter of question that raised in the colonial period of the British times, and that Dr. Ambedkar has said that the documentation of the history of the marginalized communities is an absolutely important point. Well, coming back to 22,000 pages of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar is another point of presentation. With 5 minutes, I'll start with that. Going ahead is about those who forget the history cannot create history. Has been said by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. It's absolutely important that if you forget history, you cannot create history, and therefore Dr. Ambedkar's writings is absolutely important points. We need to understand that the colonialism makes the colonial societies as an integral part of the world's capitalism, and basically that I'm not going to aspect right now over here. Whatever the references are, there is about the Warder, Barnes, and Phillips and Prabha, and the Didi Kosabi and Lawns, and J.P. Goswami and MP Roy. This is one presentation that I'm just taking out of right now, and then going ahead with the main presentation with the contention to show exactly what I actually want me to say and what exactly things are there to understand that how this process of rewriting the history started in the colonial period is an absolutely important matter for us to understand. Well, my point of contention is that the colonial period is one of the important period of the Indian history where Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar developed the Ambedkarite historiography to a larger extent, and I think my friends are there. They will agree with my opinions and with my views about this particular point. While talking about this particular point, I would like to share my PowerPoint presentation once again, and I would like to say how these particular points are an absolutely important points over here in India. I hope that is visible for all of you. Yes. So it's Ambedkarite historiography that we need to understand. And while I'm talking about this particular point, I would like to share and say that no historian in India comes near Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar's writing in true sense. The colonial period, the methodology that he has developed is an absolutely important point. And the colonial history that is developed with the administrative history, with the nationalist history, and with the subaltern histories approach, and with the history that is Dr. Ambedkar's approach is an absolutely important point. Well, in the earlier phase of my presentations, I would like to talk about the process of de-elitization of the history. It's absolutely important to understand that the British colonial rule played a very important and decisive role in de-elitization of the history. De-elitization of the Indian history started from the Buddha, that is the Shamanic culture, that is from the Jaina, Mahavira, Tirthankaras, and it was Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar who has built up the research capabilities of understanding the new history, historiographical trend, and this is what my humble submission is there. Well, I'm not going to go into the details of this particular matter right now, just to show you some of the pictures about the caste system in India, and all these particular pictures are there. But since an international conference is there, I'm not going to talk about any Hindi right now, because many of our colleagues from the Thailand, Bangladesh are also joined over here, and they are looking us what exactly we mean to say about the history and how this history is being portrayed. Yeah, going back. The process of de-elitization of history is an important point that I would like to say with the colonial rule in the British in India. The various scholars have defined history. E.H. Carr, in his book is called as What is History, is defined as a history. History is a continuous process of an interaction between historians and his facts. This is one important point. Another is he says that history is an unending dialogue between the present and the past. So if history is an unending dialogue between the present and the past, then we need to find out what is there in the past. What is not written is also a history. What is hidden is also a history. And that hidden aspect is evolved out in the colonial period. That is called as a process of de-elitization of Indian history, about which the Brajranjan Mani has spoken a lot. This is what actually I want to say. I already said that the aim of the history should be unfolding the story of the human freedom. It should record the rise and fall of the human civilization. This is absolutely important point. If the aim of the history is to unfold the story of the human freedom, then why in India the unfolding story on the human freedom was not been done to a larger extent? Why in India it was not recorded about the human civilization? What is the issue that was there in India? That we need to understand that. Because the historical writing has been influenced by the Brahminical traditions and the ethnocentrism way of writing, which did not record the social history of India, that we should understand. Going ahead with the social history, Professor Bloch says that the social history is the history of the people, and it deals with the thought and the work, the daily life, the belief, the needs, and the habit of the succession. So it's a social history. We need to understand that depressed classes were never recorded in the Indian history to a larger extent. As an historian, I'm saying with an substantial evidences and the fact that Dr. Ambedkar has put forth in the writing of speeches. This is what my humble submission is over here. Right? Now, it is said that the no documents, no history. If the depressed classes and the women in India are not recorded in the ancient and the medieval period, then by so-called upper caste historians, because they were influenced by the Brahminical hegemony, so the historical roots of the Brahminical dominance in the Indian history can be traced from the Vedic period, that we need to understand. And it was been challenged in the colonial period by the various historians in the course of time. Well, it is a dominant group, that is an ethnocentric group. And in the colonial period, we find that the historians have opposed them. Jeffrey Maxson and Susan McCarthy has observed about the dominant human groups. Well, they're observing about that. They say that the dominant human groups have long defined themselves as a superior by distinguishing themselves from groups they are subordinating, thus writing. Thus the whites defines black in the party of the different melanin content the skin. So this we need to understand that the important point is that the dominant human groups affects the history writing is being said by Jeffrey Masson and Susan McCarthy. And here in India, I would like to submit over here is that the roots of the Brahminical ideologies found in the Vedic religious scriptures I've already said that they said that it's Vedas are Apaurushas, that is not human origin, eternal and infallible. And according to the Purusha Sukta, the 9th Yamana of the 10th Mandala of the Purusha Sukta in the Rig Veda, they have given the position of the Brahmanas to the divine man, and this theory this mystical theory gave the birth to the Chaturvarna, and this mystical theory has dominated the Indian history for 3,500 years. This is what in a humble submission, that is in Vedic, early Vedic and later Vedic periods, we find that the graded discrimination in the fourfold society was being done at that particular point. Now, the traditions of resistance and equity was propounded by the Shramans, and long different heterodoxy was being challenged by them, where the non-Vedic and antagonist of the Brahminical religion politics, it was basically, we need to point that this the Shramanic culture is basically an important point that we need to understand to a larger extent. And Buddhists played an important point, that is, Galen has observed that the Sanskrit literature was the literature which was confined for the upper caste, and therefore the history was not being written, that we need to understand. And also the Professor Ranjan Mani he has written about the de-Brahmanizing the history. He has written that the wholesale forgeries in the Sanskrit text largely remained undefeated because the modern age, because the Brahmin could read and interpret them for the others. So the others were not allowed to reinterpret the history, rewrite the history, and therefore whatever they said, that was considered to be the ultimate source of history that we need to understand. Going ahead, the parallel movement rage against the Vedic Brahminic traditions of the domination discriminations can be traced from the time of Buddha and Mahavira. And this is what we need to understand is the ideology that is starting from the Buddha and Mahavira to a larger extent. Maybe I may skip some of the points, but there is a time constraint for each and every presentation that I do understand. And going ahead with the Samrat Ashoka, about which Most Venerable Ponchai, the president of World Alliance of Buddhists, has spoken about that. Samrat Ashoka played a very important role. And today is the day that is called as the Dhammacakka Pavatan Din. On this auspicious day, Samrat Ashoka did mass conversion, and this is called as Dhammacakka Pavatan Din. And Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar did his mass conversion in modern India, that is called the Dhammacakka Anupavatana Din. So it's an auspicious day for the Buddhists that we need to understand as an historical point of view over here. Now going ahead with the history which was never been showed about the Pushyamitra Shunga who killed Ashoka's Prapotra, that is Brahadatta, and he snatched the power, and then giving reward of 100 gold pieces for chopping off one head of the Buddhist monk. This is what happening, and there the Buddhism started decline in India. This is what we need to understand. Again, Kabir played an important role, Guru Nanak played an important role, Basveshwara played an important role, Tiruvalluvar played an important role, Karmavela, Sukhamela, Tukaram, Namdev played an important role. These are all the basis, which are the basis of rewriting the Indian history on the non-Brahminical ideology that we need to understand to a larger extent. Dr. Ambedkar, through his writing, opposed the Chaturvarna untouchability bonded labor system and challenged the many, it was challenged by the many social reformers that we need to understand in the course of time. Shah Maharaj definitely played an important role. Mahatma Jyotiba Phule played an important role. Then we find that the P.V. Ramaswamy Nayakar, Tamil Nadu, Narayan Guru, and Dr. Palpu Kumaran, Asin K. Payappan, Kayankali in Kerala, Bhagya Reddy Verma in Andheri, Andhra, that is Manguram, Choturam in Punjab, Achyutanand Ramcharan in Uttar Pradesh, Harichandra Thakur, Gurichandra, and Jogendranath Mandal. Many others have contributed to develop this particular history of the backward caste in the course of time. Anyways, going ahead with the conclusion, I would like to say that the Chaturvarna caste, untouchability, bonded labor are the ethnocentric, inhuman, discriminatory ideologies of the elite class in India. So my point of contention is it's an absolutely important point that we need to understand that it's in the colonial period, it was exposed, the exposure to the Chaturvarna as an inhuman system, caste system, untouchability, bonded labor system, which was an ethnocentric, inhuman, discriminatory ideology, which was based on the ulterior concoctive motive to dominate and to dehumanize the downtrodden in India. Has been said by Dr. Ambedkar. This ideology became a social norms to exploit the have-not classes in India. This is what we need to understand. So therefore, as subaltern historians fail to write about the history, we need to understand that this non-Brahminical movement of process of de-elitization in Indian history is being played by basically Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar to a larger extent. These are the various footnotes that we need to understand. Now coming back to Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, and I would like to say and reiterate with whatever times given to me is about the volume 1 of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. It talks about the caste in India, it talks about the annihilation of caste. Now let me tell you, as a professor of history, I'm teaching this particular topics to MPhil and PhD students for the research methodology and for teaching also MA also. And I would like to say that what is auxiliary sciences of history? Auxiliary sciences of history, what are the auxiliary sciences? Social sciences are basically helping us to understand what is history. So you cannot understand history without understanding the sociology. You cannot understand history without understanding the geography, sociology, political science, anthropology, linguistics, then constitutional history. All this particular constitutionalism, all these particular parts are the auxiliary sciences of history. Within 22,000 pages of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar's writings and speeches in the colonial period, that is in the British period, where actually the rewriting of the Indian history was being done by great master, great historian, and prolific writer Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, is about the history that I'm going to talk about, that caste in India, linguistic issues, and hero worship, and many things that Dr. Ambedkar has spoken about that. Well, in the introductory part, we need to understand what exactly things are there. Dr. Ambedkar's thoughts reflected in the writing and speeches. It has a significant importance in the tracing of the history and growth of social thought in India. If the Britishers were not there in India, if the colonial rule was not there in India, then the untouchables were never allowed to take an education in the Indian social scenario. That we need to understand. The social, economic, political life, which was marked by, which was dehumanized by this caste system, untouchability, bonded labor, slavery, this system, boycott system. This life of misery was being challenged by Dr. Ambedkar by writing history. Thucydides once upon a said that you make the slave understand what is slavery, then he will revolt against the slavery. You make the slave understand what is slavery, and then he will revolt on the slavery. That means that you tell the slave that you are a slave. You tell the slave that you are a slave. This is your life, and you will revolt against slavery. So therefore, Dr. Ambedkar has written the history and has said that your life is more than a slave. It's more than a serf. It's more than a slave. And therefore, Dr. Ambedkar has written all these things as an historian in the colonial period. And therefore, the people have revolted against that, and the social revolution passed in India to Dr. Ambedkar's historical writings in the colonial period. That is the basic impact of the writing of history in Indian scenario that we need to understand. Here we need to understand that annihilation of caste is there, and many other things are there. I'm going to talk about that in due course of time. Anyone is going to talk about that caste in India right now is an absolutely important point. Dr. Ambedkar read his paper before the anthropologist seminar, Dr. Golden Wizard, during the stay in Columbia. I would like to reiterate and say is that the Columbia University has said that Dr. Ambedkar is a symbol of knowledge. Dr. Ambedkar is a symbol of knowledge. He's been recognized by the world-class university, and yet it has been not recognized by the Indian historians about his historical works. It's a matter of pity for the upper caste historian. It's been said by Dr. Santosh Mansoor, who's a secretary of the Ambedkar History Congress to a larger extent. Well, Dr. got it. So when you try to go and understand these particular points, let us understand these particular aspects to a larger extent and go ahead. And when going to understand these particular aspects, I would like to got it. I think recording is again started. Anyways, going ahead. Then I would like to say about, well, in caste in India, Dr. Ambedkar has talked about the formation of the caste system. He has talked about the ill impacts of the caste system to a large, and then he said that it's excommunication of the people through the caste system. Anyways, going ahead with this particular aspects, I would like to go and talk about the annihilation of caste. When we try to understand that how this rewriting of history began with Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, here we need to understand that annihilation of caste plays an absolutely important point. See, there was a time when if the untouchable person utters Veda, then his tongue was being chopped off. Foucault has written about the punishment that is given in the Vedas and all. So the tongue was being chopped off at that particular juncture of time. When the tongue was chopped, if they uttered the Vedas, this was a condition. So earlier, nobody could talk about Vedas, nobody could talk about the Dharma Granthas, but it was the colonial period where the democratization was absolutely important point, and therefore Dr. Ambedkar could speak. And therefore Dr. Ambedkar could speak, and then here he has said to a larger extent in the annihilation of caste, it was a speech which was supposed to be delivered in the Lahore, but it was never delivered because they said that you have to delete some certain paragraphs because it was a very, very radical speech. Dr. Ambedkar said that I will not change a single line, not change a single paragraph, not change even a comma of my speech because I am right and I know that it is an actual Indian history that I am writing. So this is what we need to understand. Going ahead, I would like to say that what exactly is being said in this annihilation of caste, here you can understand and see that that he stresses that the belief in the Shastras is the root cause of maintaining the caste. Therefore, annihilating the caste, he suggests that they make every man and woman free from the thraldom of the Shastras, cleanse their minds of the precons notions founded in the Shastras, as he or she will interdine and intermarry. This is the important point that we need to understand. So basically, caste system is a psychological phenomenon. It's a psychological problem. It's a psychological social stigma which is imposed upon the Indian social system. Therefore, he says that we should discard this Shastras. Dharma Shastras should be discarded by the peoples, which was absolutely radical statement. Because of that, this Arya Samaji people said that Dr. Ambedkar, sir, we will not be able to publish your speech and we will not allow you to speak about that. But Dr. Ambedkar was a fearless person. He said that, no, it's allowed. I will not say, but I will not change a single line and comma and paragraph of that. So it's basically a fearless history is propagated by Dr. Ambedkar that we need to understand. Now, going ahead with the social aspects, I would also highlight about another aspect, and that aspect is what that we need to understand to a larger extent. Well, there are some technical hiccups, I think, but anyways, I will continue. And it's a linguistic provinces in the Maharashtra. So I'm skipping around some of the important points, but I would like to say and highlight over here is that Dr. Ambedkar is a multidimensional historian. In the colonial period, he has also highlighted the issue of the linguistic province in the India, and now this tiny states are arising because of Dr. Ambedkar's suggestions that we need to understand. Going ahead with the needs and checks and balances, this is an article of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar where he examines the viability of the communal setup of the linguistic setup that we need to understand to a larger extent. Then thoughts on linguistic states is of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, where he has already spoken an important aspect that the North has a domination because Delhi is a capital, and he says that at that juncture of time, Hyderabad should be another capital of India. It's been said by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. Unfortunately, the second capital concept was not been accepted, and therefore the concentration of this particular aspects of this history is there in this particular manner that we need to understand is about he submits going on about this particular manner also. Going ahead with Ranade Gandhi and Jinnah, its colonial period, Dr. Ambedkar talks about that. What exactly is that? He says that these are great men, but you should not. There should not be a hero worship of these great men because great men are great because people consider to them to be a great, but actually their work should be considered to be as an important. Despotism does not cease to be despotism because it is elective. Nor does the despotism become agreeable because the despots belong to our own kindred. The real guarantee against the despotism is to confront it with the possibility of its detriment of its being superseded by the rival party is being said by Dr. Ambedkar. I'm not going to go into the details because there are M.K. Gandhi and Dr. Ambedkar rivalries in that particular manner. As far as the political history of the India is concerned, is absolutely dominated by Dr. Ambedkar's concept. Actually, there is a nation within a nation. I'll say that, well, in the rewriting the history, Dr. Ambedkar said that there is a nation within the nation. What does that mean? It means that the people from the downtrodden communities staying away from the villages, staying on the outskirts of the villages where the people are buried, where the peoples are burned, where they are living, they are not even having the right of citizenship. Therefore, he said that there is a nation within a nation. Dr. Ambedkar asked for the first time in the history of India for the right to citizenship. So it's also a history that we need to understand that Dr. Ambedkar played a very important role. Philosophers have interpreted the world, but the real task is to change it. And the real task to change the histories of Dr. Ambedkar. He's a philosopher, he's a social reformer, and he's an historian who changed the history, who wrote the history, and who interpreted the history to put forth a new history that is called as an Ambedkarite historiography to a larger extent, my dear friends. So he asked for the civil right of citizenships. Right of citizenships, basic rights of equality, liberty, fraternity, having access to the water is a basic fundamental right, having interdining is a basic fundamental rights, worshipping the deity is a basic fundamental rights, to walk in the village is also basic fundamental rights. Basically, it's what been given and it has been said. So the social history that Dr. Ambedkar has put forth in the Untouchables, waiting for the visa, and Dr. Ambedkar has written in that particular manner, we should understand that what exactly that means. Writing history is an important aspect, but changing history is another important aspect. Dr. Ambedkar has written in history, but is also has changed history. It's a humble submission in the colonial period that Dr. Ambedkar's contribution is absolutely decisively important. It's important. Those are the upper caste historians. Those who have neglected Ambedkar as an historian. And my question to them: how many pages you have written? 100, 200, 300, 500, 700, 800, 1000. Have you written? And how are your speeches 22,000? No, not at all. Not even a single historian in India have 22,000 pages that Dr. Ambedkar has. And this is why I reiterate and say that Dr. Ambedkar is one of the greatest historians, the product of the colonial historiography that has been explained by me to a larger extent. Going on with the communal deadlock, and the way to solve it is basically where we need to understand Dr. Ambedkar has advocated the creation of the concept. So this is what is also an important point about the communal deadlock Dr. Ambedkar has said. Now, going ahead about that is about the states and minorities. It's absolutely important that the All India Scheduled Caste Federation was there and the memorandum was there. See, as far as the history, constitutional history has been concerned, see, I'm talking to the point and absolutely sticking to the auxiliary sciences of an history and reinterpreting, throwing a new light on this particular aspect. And I'm trying to say that it's a political, social, anthropological, logical, whatever parts, philosophical, religious, whatever aspects are there are covered by Dr. Ambedkar to a larger extent. When we are trying to understand the states and minorities, so where do the history of the fundamental rights of the minorities and the depressed classes comes from? So it started in the colonial period because the Britishers wanted to give the self-rule in the India. And that's why in 1937, the election was supposed to be conducted, and there was a 1935, the Indian Act was there. And therefore, Dr. Ambedkar later on submitted to the government stating that the minorities and the scheduled caste should be given the fundamental rights. No other person in India, as Dr. Ambedkar has spoken about the fundamental rights, has spoken about the fundamental rights and the concept of the reservations in that particular manner. So there are 19 fundamental rights that are given by Dr. Ambedkar in the states and minorities, as it is taken in the Constitution of India in the latter period. That is right to equality. That is Article 14. Article 15 is the prohibition of discrimination against prohibition of discrimination on the grounds of religion, caste, place of birth, and sex. Descent is an important aspect that we need to understand. It's been coined by Dr. Ambedkar. It was basically indeed a historical work that is in the states and minorities that we need to understand that Dr. Ambedkar played a very important role. Thus the story of the downtrodden. Why do this subaltern historians Ranjit Guha did not write about Dr. Ambedkar is a matter of question that is there before me, and I do talk with Praveen Borkar and Ajay Lokhande and Santosh Bansod sir and Prafulla Rajwarne sir, KT Telang. We discuss on this particular Ambedkarite historians. We have a 425 historians throughout the 22 different universities all over the India, and we have developed these thoughts to a larger extent. So the fundamental rights concept and the history of the fundamental rights was coined for the minorities and the depressed classes by Dr. Ambedkar from 1919, then Simon Commission, then Roundtable Conference, and then Cabinet Mission, then Cripps Commission, and then in the fundamental, that's what I'm saying right now, the states and minorities, the 19 fundamental rights that Dr. Ambedkar put over there, goes ahead with the Constitution of India's draft as a chairman of the drafting committee of the Constitution of India is there. So my point of contention over here in the colonial period, Dr. Ambedkar played a role of a historian by writing the history, point number one. Then Dr. Ambedkar played a role of a social reformer by changing the society, that is two. And Dr. Ambedkar's historical role was basically reinterpretation of the history that we need to understand to a larger extent. See, the people, those who have jaundice, they will look at the people with basically these particular points. I do understand that the British invasion was there in India, and after the British invasion was there in India, what changes are there in the historical writings that we should understand. Just raising the questions and pointing out some points is just a matter of not understanding what exactly theme is there by the people, but therefore we need to understand that is what Dr. Ambedkar's contribution is there. So it is the colonial period in which Dr. Ambedkar could read, Ambedkar could write. Why? It is the reason that that has said that it has got a deep impact to a larger extent that I would like to say and reiterate to a larger extent. Now, small holdings in India plays an important role as far as the agricultural issues are been concerned. That has been written by Dr. Ambedkar. That I would like to reiterate and say. So basically, when we go ahead with the reconstruction of the society with the Mr. Rizal and reconstruction of the society, and he has reviewed the principle of the social reconstruction. So is an important point that I would like to say. In volume 2, when you go on that, budget aspect has been covered, and Dr. Ambedkar has highlighted much upon that. About the Bombay Primary Educational Bill also he has spoken, also about the Bombay Legislation budget also. So it's all economic aspects that are been highlighted. That was in 1927, 1928, 1933, 1938, and all other particular aspects are there. In Simon Commission intervention of Dr. Ambedkar's are there. Here Dr. Ambedkar was not in the favor of the Simon Commission's report, and he did not sign the same, and then he has submitted his own memorandum to them that we need to understand. So then roundtable conferences are there. So these are the important points that are supposed to be studied over here. So this colonial period was a period where this rewriting of the history process started with Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar to a larger extent. I'm skipping it out because time constraint is there. So the philosophy of Hinduism is an important aspect that we need to understand. The Hindu social order is in essential principles. The Hindu social order, its features. So what is philosophy of Hinduism is being said by Dr. Ambedkar in this particular period and in this particular time that we need to understand to a larger extent. Going ahead with the ancient Indian, the revolution and the counter-revolution is absolutely important point that we need to understand. So basically, when you are writing in history and when you are rewriting a history, then there are different changes. You are analyzing, you are critically analyzing the counter-revolution, the revolution in the Indian history, how this happens. You are analyzing Buddha and Karl Marx, you are analyzing the counter-revolution, you are understanding the philosophy of Hinduism, the essential principles of the Hindu social order, which were based on the graded discrimination and the decline of fall of Buddhism, the literature of Brahmanism, the literature of Jainism, the gospel of Manu. So women and the counter-revolution, Buddha and Karl Marx. So these are the particular points that were coined by Dr. Ambedkar in that particular time. Well, riddles in Hinduism is something that is very important, that we all know to a larger extent is a matter of fact that it was challenged, and it is published by the government of Maharashtra to a larger extent, and it has exposed all the myths as Mahatma Jyotiba Phule has exposed to these particular points. Going back to the volume 5, is about talking about the untouchability, sources of untouchability, their numbers, slaves and untouchables, comparison of the slaves with the untouchables. See, when you are impact of British colonial rule in writing history, this is the impact. That where the people started writing about the untouchability, source of untouchability, writing about the comparison of slavery and untouchability. It's a comparative analytical history that got developed in the British colonial rule. So it is an impact of this particular point that I would like to see, that it is said that it is unfit for the human association, untouchability, whatever exactly is that. The roots and the problems is also been explained by Dr. Ambedkar. Antagonism of the administration has been explored, and the social aspects, the political aspects also explained by Dr. Ambedkar in the untouchables. So it's a great revolutionary period of the modern time, which is supposed to be a reformation period of the Indian history, that is India colonial history, that we need to understand to a larger extent. This is my humble submission before the August gathering right now. Going back to volume 6 is about the East India Company, administration, finance, evolution of the British provincial rule, and many other things. Dr. Ambedkar has opposed the policies of the British for draining the wealth from the India. This is also an important point that we need to understand. Again, going back to the Shudras. See, when I was there with Anand Raj Ambedkar sir, with Mahad, that particular time I spoke about these aspects, and then Shudras are other backward castes, not the SC/STs. This we need to understand. The Antajas are different and the Shudras are the different. So the riddles of the Shudras, the Brahminical theory of origin of the Shudras, the Brahminical theory of the status of the Shudras. This is what the reinterpretation, rewriting, and resubmission of history before the other backward caste. Who has written it? Has the nationalist historians written? No, they have not written. Have the imperialistic historians written? No, they have not written. Then it is Dr. Ambedkar who has written. That is in the colonial period. Therefore, the Brahminical theory of origin of Shudra, the Brahminical theory of status of Shudra versus Aryan, is been exposed by Dr. Ambedkar to tell the slaves that you are slaves and you should revolt against this slavery. This is what the thought of the history that Dr. Ambedkar has developed to a large. So it's basically the degradation of the Shudras, and the royal period of the Shudras also been explained by Dr. Ambedkar, who were Shudras, that we need to understand. So Aryan, non-Aryans conflict is there, and again untouchables, many other things are there. So it's an extensive writing Dr. Ambedkar has given. He has put forth the broken men theory. Nobody else in the India has talked about the broken men theory. It was Dr. Ambedkar who has supported its historical fact with the broken men theory to a large extent. Time constraints are there. I'm going to go ahead with that and going to go with the particular other aspects that because of the time constraint, I do understand I have only 10 minutes in my hand right now. And okay, going ahead. Okay, come to the back part. This is about the partition of India, Pakistan, Congress and Gandhi untouchables, about which I have spoken already. Biographical space has been published, and here we need to understand that it's a multifaceted personality. Dr. Ambedkar is that labor history has also been influenced by Dr. Ambedkar, and his writings are absolutely there. He's not only saying, but he's writing to a larger extent. And we know Buddha and Dhamma is a masterpiece of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar to a larger extent. We should understand these particular points. To understand Dr. Ambedkar is not an easy task. To understand what does he say is not an easy task, because Dr. Ambedkar is not a person. Dr. Ambedkar is a thought. Dr. Ambedkar is a thought which has basically regenerated a thought of social change to a larger extent. And Dr. Ambedkar's rewriting the history is based on the modernity, the principle of writing social history to a larger extent, that we should understand to a larger extent. Well, understanding these particular points, we should understand what exactly this history is and how this particular history is absolutely important to a larger extent. Well, going ahead with this particular aspects, as the time constraint is there, the Buddha and Dhamma, what does it talk about that? These are the 8 different aspects are there. What is Dhamma? What is Adhamma? What is Sadhamma? That might take another hour for me to explain, but it is a religious history that Dr. Ambedkar has explored. And I would like to say on this auspicious occasion of 14th October that Dr. Ambedkar is the one who has revived the Buddhism in a true sense in India, and we have got the demographic population. With that, my book was published in the Koyasan University in Japan. I had been to 15 different nations and 10 different nations in the universities. My books are published till date. That's a different issue. Well, so definitely it will be on my website. It will be given and reflected so that you can access to my lectures where I have already given. Ancient Indian commerce, commercial relation with India and the Middle. All these things are there. The Untouchables and the Pax Britannica, social history, lectures on the Indian Constitution, English Constitution is a constitutional history. These are all these particular points that we need to understand, that this was developed by Dr. Ambedkar. He started talking about the Manus and the Shudras. He exposed Manus, and he was the first person who burned the Manusmriti vehemently in the Mahad in 1927. That was 20th March 1927. It's an absolutely important point that we should understand to a larger extent. Yes, Dr. Shyam Bagre said that it was the impact of the British rule, that the subaltern history concept was started, the social history concept was started. Yes, I've already spoken about the Professor Bloch and the social history concept that started in the Britain also. And in India, Dr. Ambedkar could take an education because the Britishers started giving educations. Earlier, there was no untouchable was not allowed to take an education. They were kept away from the education. When Dr. Ambedkar used to sit in the school, he has to wear a gunny pot. When Dr. Ambedkar was there in the school, he cannot access the common water where the other students were accessing. So the education was imparted by the Britishers to Mahatma Jyotiba Phule, Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, and with the advent of the knowledge was given, and therefore they started re-understanding the history, rewriting the history. As I already taught the paper, that is one of the China's paper I have already taught for the MA level, and Sanyat Sen has understood that the colonial rule started. The colonialism was there in the China, and the people from the China went to the Britain and the various other foreign countries, and they saw that there is a democracy, and this dynasty that is called the Manchu dynasty that was there for more than 267 years, that was there, which was humiliating the peoples, and they opposed this and they fought against that. So the colonialism also has an impact that the kingship, what was there in the particular countries, in the Asian countries, was overthrown by these scholars and intellectuals because they got an education. That we need to understand. I had a call right now. I need to stop. I think Dr. Santosh Bansod sir has called me right now. So I'm stopping it right now over here. And this is the important point that I would like say and reiterate over here. That it's an important point. It's an important point that I have a call, so I have to stop. Sorry, I have extended my limits of the time for the. It was, I think, 45 to 50 minutes, and I've already taken in that consideration. Thank you, sir, very much. With a few words, many dignitaries are there. Professor Ajit Kumar from the Delhi, Mr. Vijay Kumar Ranpuse is there. Dr. K.V. Dhavle is there. Then Praveen Borkar is there. Dr. Kalpana Kavade madam is there. I could see many of them are there right now. Dr. Santosh Bansod sir also is there. Pramod Chavan sir, many others are there. Vikas Gavi, our from history. Dr. R.K. Gaikwad, he's an IAS officer, ex-commissioner of Maharashtra. He's also there. Many have joined our this presentation. Badodekar madam is there. Sheetal is there. Sham Bakre sir, Rekha Badodekar madam is there. Jayan Bansud is there. From Thailand, our friends are also there. Many of them are there. I'm thankful to all of them for listening me patiently. B.R. Muski is there. And many others. People have Vaishali Shende ma'am is there. Many others. I cannot take everybody's name, but I would like to say and reiterate over here is that the colonial rule played an important role in the India in rewriting the history, in developing the history to a larger extent, and it was the impact of the colonial rule in India that Dr. Ambedkar was able to write this particular history to a larger extent, and this is my humble submission over here right now. Thank you, Namo Buddhaya, and Jai Bhim to all. Thank you, sir. Over to you, Dr. Santosh Bansod.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightened speech. Now, I request the chairperson of today's second technical session of e-conference, Dr. Sushim Pagare sir, to deliver his presidential speech. Dr. Sushim Pagare sir, please proceed.
सर माइक अनम्यूट कीजिए आपका माइक अनम्यूट कीजिए
Hello, now I am audible.
Yes sir,
you are audible.
Yeah. Well, after Dr. Santosh M. Wagh's very exhaustive, very elaborate speech, I think there is no need to. There is no scope for me to speak, elaborately here. And all the points that this e-conference needed to be discussed, I think he has discussed it very nicely and very elaborately. I agree with him that Dr. B.R. Ambedkar has largely been ignored by the colonial historians and after that by the historians of Marxist school of thought. I totally agree with the organizers that there is really an urgent need to rewrite Indian history. We all know that what history we teach, what history we read has been written by the Britishers and thereafter by the colonials, thereafter by the Marxist school of thought. And the periodization has been done by James Mill, as we all know, that he has divided Indian history in three parts, that is Hindu history, then thereafter Mohammedan history, and thereafter British history. So this periodization is also a bone of contention among historians, that why he has periodized history on a religious basis. I would like to say here or reiterate that the need to rewrite history from nationalist angle is very important. After the advent of Modi government, that is 2014, we often or frequently hear that Indian history should be rewritten by the nationalist point of view, by the Hindu point of view, as these sections has largely been ignored. So I agree that the need for rewriting history is, is the need of the hour, and we should also focus on the contribution of Ambedkar as a historian. We only focus on his works that he carried out on the downtrodden or on the Shudras and all that. But to my mind, Ambedkar was the first person in modern India. He was the first leader that has focused on the on history, and he has discussed that how history plays a role on the shape and identity of the people of any country. So I'll agree with Dr. Santosh Wagh. Well, he focused his deliberation, his speech largely on Ambedkar's contribution. So I agree that Ambedkar's contribution should also be reassessed, and Indian history should be rewritten. Well, there are so many other speakers here. They want to share their views on this particular topic. So, I don't want to take much of your time. I am thankful to Narayan Rana College, Badnera, Amravati, for inviting me to this technical session as chairperson. Thanks a lot to you all. And I am really, my experience has really enriched attending this international seminar. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Pagare, sir, for your kind thoughts. Now I request Dr. Kalpana Naire, madam, to propose a vote of thanks.
Now I am audible, sir?
Yes.
Now I am audible, sir?
Yes,
I
yes.
hope I am audible to you all. I feel very fortunate for getting this opportunity to offer the vote of thanks of the technical session. I am very much thankful to the chairperson of this session, Honorable Dr. Sushimji Pagare sir, for sharing his words of wisdom with us. I am very grateful to Honorable Dr. Sandeshji Wagh sir for delivering a very beautiful speech on the topic Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar and British Quest for Social Justice. Thank you again, sir, for throwing a new light on the various aspects of the topic. Last but not the least, I must thank Dr. Zogdekar sir for interesting and beautiful anchoring of this session. Finally, I thank everybody for the patiently listening. With the permission of the chairperson, I declare the session concluded. Now I hand over the next session, Dr. Rahul Sudke sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Sir, yes, 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 sir, yes. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. All the dignitaries present over here and my dear friends. Good and very warm evening. I am Dr. Rahul Sudke. Welcome you all in this valedictory function of this International E-Conference on Consequences of British Invasion of India, Need of Rewriting History. In this valedictory session, friends, we have with us as a chairperson Dr. Gopal Vairale sir, Principal Narayan Rao Rana, College, Badnera, Amravati. And today we have chief guest of this session is Dr. Gopal Dhole sir, principal of Dr. Gopalrao Khedkar College, Gadegaon, Tillara, district Akola. And the chief guest and the guest of honor, Dr. Indira Suryavanshi ma'am, who is the chairperson of Board of Studies of Osmania University, Hyderabad, Telangana. Without wasting time, because we are already late, that's why I don't want to waste time on me. I welcome you all, friends. It is an honor to honor eminent personalities, and I am honoring the eminent personality. That's why it is my honor. I request our special chief guest, a very dynamic personality, Dr. Gopal Dhole sir, who is the principal of Dr. Gopalrao Khedkar College, to address the deliberation. Dr. Gopal Dhole sir.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome, sir.
Welcome all delegates. आज आपण जो विषय चर्चेला घेतला आहे तो एक चांगला विषय आहे आणि या चांगल्या विषयावरती चांगलं मंथन सुद्धा सर्व वक्त्यांनी केलेलं आहे. आता वास्तविक पाहता इतिहासाचं पुनर्लेखन आपल्याला करायचं आहे. जे काही रिसर्च करणारे सर्व रिसर्चर आहेत तर त्यांना या कॉन्फरन्सच्या माध्यमातून दिशा आणि आपण पुढचं संशोधन कशा पद्धतीनं करायचं तर हे मार्गदर्शन या कॉन्फरन्स मधून मिळालेलं आहे. मी आशा करतो की या कॉन्फरन्सच्या माध्यमातून जे काही नवीन विद्यार्थी असतील, नवीन रिसर्चर असतील, त्यांनी आपलं लेखन करावं आणि भारतीय जनजीवनावरती जे ब्रिटिश आक्रमणाचे परिणाम झालेत तर ते काही चांगले असतील किंवा काही नकारात्मक असतील तर त्या दोन्हीही दृष्टिकोनातून आपापल्या दृष्टिकोनातून आपलं लेखन करावं अशी अपेक्षा मला या ठिकाणी वाटते. वास्तविक परकीयांची जी आक्रमणं झाली ती प्राचीन काळापासून आपल्या भारतावरती झाली. आक्रमण होणे काही भारताला नवीन नाही, परंतु इंग्रजांचं जे आक्रमण झालेलं आहे त्याच्यामध्ये आपल्याला असं आढळते की ब्रिटिश साम्राज्याचं स्वरूप जे आहे ते वसाहतवादी होतं आणि या वसाहतवादी धोरणामुळे भारतावरती दूरगामी परिणाम आपल्याला झालेले दिसतात. यामध्ये राजकीय स्वरूपाचे परिणाम असतील, सामाजिक स्वरूपाचे परिणाम असतील आणि महत्त्वाचं म्हणजे आर्थिक परिणाम जे आहेत ते अतिशय दूरगामी झालेले आहेत आणि त्याचबरोबर सांस्कृतिक परिणाम जे आहेत ते सुद्धा दूरगामी झालेले आहेत. आणि सांस्कृतिक क्षेत्रामध्ये ते परिणाम होत असताना वेशभूषा असेल, भाषा असेल किंवा आणखी काही सांस्कृतिक परिणामांवरती आपण जर पुनर्लेखन करता आलं तर आपल्याला या कॉन्फरन्सच्या माध्यमातून दिशा मिळाली असं मला वाटेल. वास्तविक भारत सारख्या देशामध्ये हे जे परिणाम झालेले आहेत याचा विचार आपण दोन्हीही पद्धतींनी करावा. आणि एकीकडे आपल्याला असं वाटते की ब्रिटिश जे लेखक होते, इतिहास संशोधक होते, त्यांनी आपल्या पद्धतीनं इतिहास लेखन केलं आणि दुसरीकडे भारतीय जे होते त्या भारतीय लेखकांनी इतिहास लेखन जेव्हा केलं तेव्हा त्यांच्याकडे जे सुकृतदर्शनी पुरावे होते किंवा जी काही इतिहासाची साधनं होती त्या साधनांच्या माध्यमातून आणि आपल्या डोक्यातील विचारातून लेखन केलं. परंतु जसा जसा काळ बदलते तसं तसं विचार बदलतात आणि आजच्या विचाराला अनुसरून आपण इतिहासाचं आजच्या अनुषंगानं लेखन केलं पाहिजे असं मला या ठिकाणी वाटतं. इंग्रजांच्या आगमनामुळे भारतामध्ये लोकांचं स्वातंत्र्य, लोकांचे राजकीय हक्क हे संपुष्टात आले होते आणि ब्रिटिश सत्ता जी आहे ती भ्रष्ट, अरेरावी करणारी आणि प्रशासनामध्ये बेदरकारपणा हा वाढलेला होता आणि हे सगळं पुढच्या काळामध्ये वाढत गेलं आणि मग भारतीय असंतोष जे आहे तो असंतोष निर्माण झाला आणि मग भारतामध्ये हे स्वातंत्र्य चळवळीचे वारे सुरू झाले आणि भारत पुढच्या काळामध्ये स्वतंत्र झाला आणि भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्थेवरती या ब्रिटिश सत्तेचे जे दूरगामी परिणाम आहेत ते देशाचं कंबरडं मोडणारे सिद्ध झाले. कारण त्या काळामधला व्यापार जो आहे तो विषम पद्धतीचा होता. ब्रिटिश राजसत्तेने आपल्या इच्छे जे उद्योगधंदे आहेत, कुटीर उद्योग असतील किंवा लघु उद्योग असतील किंवा आणखी काही उद्योग असतील, त्यांचं शोषण केलं, ते उद्ध्वस्त केले आणि एकंदरीत पारंपरिक भारतीय समाज जो आहे तो मोडकळीस आला आणि ही लेखनाची दृष्टी जी आहे ती लेखनाची दृष्टी आपल्या या कॉन्फरन्सच्या माध्यमातून आपल्या सहभागी सर्वांना एक प्रकारे ऊर्जा देईल आणि आपण आपल्या पुनर्लेखनाकडे आपण वळलं पाहिजे, लिहिलं पाहिजे आणि नवीन नवीन संशोधन हे जगासमोर आपण आणलं पाहिजे असं या ठिकाणी मला वाटतं. सर्वांनी या कॉन्फरन्समध्ये उत्कृष्ट असं जे काही आपले विचार आहेत ते मांडले, त्याबद्दल मी सर्वांचं अभिनंदन करतो आणि मला सुद्धा या इतिहासाच्या विषयामध्ये जास्त जाण नसताना सुद्धा सहभागी करून घेतलं आणि मला माझे विचार प्रकट करण्याची संधी दिली, त्याबद्दल मी डॉक्टर संतोष बनसोड सर असतील किंवा डॉक्टर आमचे धीरज नजान सर असतील आणि सर्व आयोजक असतील ज्यांची नावं मला अजून कदाचित आहेत पण एवढे नावं घेणं शक्य होणार नाही, तर सर्वांनी मला या ठिकाणी बोलण्याची संधी दिली त्याबद्दल मी आपले आभार मानतो आणि आपल्याला शुभेच्छा सुद्धा देऊ इच्छितो. धन्यवाद.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this valuable enlightenment. As per your suggestions, definitely on behalf of the participants, I assure, sir, definitely we will follow your suggestions and guidance. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, rewriting history is not an easy task, but challenges become opportunity when we take them as a privilege. Friends, today we have our guest of honor, Dr. Indira Suryavanshi ma'am, who is the chairperson of Board of Studies History, Osmania University, Hyderabad. I would like to invite ma'am for her valuable guidance. Ma'am, over to you.
Happy Dhamma Divas to all organizers, delegates, participants. So happy Dhamma Divas. The contribution or the British invasion impact and rewriting of history. Yes, it is the need of the hour. Why? Because if we don't consider it as rewriting history, it is only one-sided history. We cannot see people's history or revolutions in the history. So India has created some revolutions. We have urban revolution, we have Buddhism as revolution, we have egalitarian revolution, we have social revolution. Many revolutions are there in India, but it is never highlighted by the many nationalists, other historians. So we will see that It is the need of the hour to rewrite. And in this rewriting of history, the contribution of Britishers is, we will see, it's very much. Why? Because they have now, through the excavations, as they were archaeologists, and they have come as British officers, army officers in the East India Company, and they have, with their own interest, now when they were traveling for some or the other purpose, and they were working for the railway constructions and all, they have come across that something is there to find out, to dig out the earth, dig out the land of the country India. So likewise, we see many Western people have come forward and they have excavated our land. Now we have come to know about the early India, early first revolution in India, that is the urban revolution, that is the Indus Valley civilization we see. So in this context, we see the from 1830 onwards, we will see the contribution of Britishers. When Britishers, they were traveling, one of the person who was traveling from Afghanistan and Pakistan, and he was traveling there, he has seen some evidence of the in Harappa village. So he has come to note that there is something, and later on we will see the construction of railways and all. And they were now taking out the bricks, very bricks and other materials. So they have later on, it was very much studied by the archaeological survey of India, which was the father of archaeological survey. We will see is Alexander Cunningham. And Alexander Cunningham, we will see he has come out with certain works, and he had contributed to India very much. Alexander Cunningham became the English archaeologist, and he was the army engineer, and he has given, when he met James Princip, he has come to know about the some very good archaeological sites in India. So he got the interest, and he had established this archaeological survey of India, and then he played a very important role in that, and he has come out with archaeological sites many, like in Sarnath, he has come out with the first where Buddha delivered his first sermon. So we will see like a sermon, and Cunningham has given us very prompt in publishing his survey reports. At least he published some 33 volumes, 23 volumes he published. And we see his association with the excavation sites in India, like Sarnath, Sanchi, Mahamodi Temple, Buddha Gaya. We will see he wrote many books: A History of Buddhism, Ancient Geography of India, Book of Indian Eras, Coins of Ancient India. So we will see the Cunningham's work to the early ancient India is very great, and his contribution. So with this, we can reconstruct our history. The last history which we have so far, now still we have some doubts in writing what exact history is. So we can take the help. Now these archaeologists of British in British colonial times, they have helped us in reconstructing our history. So there is a need of rewriting the history. Then we will see the John Marshall. John Marshall, who was after Cunningham, we will see the director of Archaeological Survey of India, and he took the charge, and there we will see the John Marshall helped us in discovering the Indus Valley civilization, and then he identified the Harappan civilization, and then we will see many of the, he has given that it is a great civilization in India which took place. So we will see the contribution of John Marshall is very much. Again, we will see the Mortimer Wheeler. Mortimer Wheeler is also the great archaeologist of 20th century. We will see his contribution is very much in, again, writing the history of Indus Valley civilization. Then we will see the James Princip, who have studied about the Kharosthi and Brahmi scripts. Then we will see William Jones, who studied about the Indo-European languages. So we see the works of these Britishers, they have contributed very much. And Marshall built that he has some 40,000 volumes he collected for his library. That it is going to be helpful in reconstructing the history of India. Then we will see the Thomas William Rye Davids and Carolina Auguste Foley, who is Mrs. Rye Davies. Both of them, husband and wife, they have contributed to the writing of the history. They have given very much importance to Buddhist history, Buddhism period, 6th century BC. And they have Madam Carolina, she was the Pali language scholar, and she translated some of the Pali text in English. So we will see that the Davids was now he educated in Latin school. He has contributed much to the Buddhist writings. So we will see how these two persons, the wife and husband, contributed. They wrote many books like Buddhism, a study of the Buddhist norm in 1912, Buddhist psychology, and old creeds and new creeds, the will to peace, Gautama the man, then Sakya or Buddhist origins in 1928, stories of the Buddha, Milinda questions, a manual of Buddhism for advanced studies, Buddhism, its birthplace, Indian religion and survival. So likewise, we will see many works both of them had done. And then we will see Colonel Mackenzie. Colonel Mackenzie, who worked on Andhra region, he has now come across the Amravati region, which is in Andhra also. We have two Amravatis in Maharashtra and in Andhra. So in Andhra region, the Amravati region, he has come across the Mackenzie that in 1816 he found that the major portion of dome, Amravati Stupa dome, was used to construct temple steps or tank steps or in temple constructions. So he was, that time he did not know about this is a Buddhist stupa. But later on when he has come back, he has seen after 20 years that this is a Buddhist stupa. Then he was understanding that much of the Buddhist stupa, that construction, it's lost its originality and it was used in temples, Hindu temples. So there we will see the study of Mackenzie is very helpful in reconstructing the history of Buddhism in coastal Andhra. And there we will see some of the Europeans like Sir Walter Smith, Robert Swell, James and Alexander Rea. They have all worked in early 20th century and last 19th century. So we will see their contribution to Buddhism is very much. And then we will see Sir Edwin Arnold. Sir Edwin Arnold is, he wrote a book called Light of Asia. So we see Sir Edwin Arnold, who wrote on the Light of Asia. It was published in 1879 and it was sold in millions of numbers. So then only we have come to know Buddha as the Light of Asia. So that the Western writer whom even today we will see we called Buddha as Light of Asia, the spread of Asia by Ashoka, the great emperor of India, who spread Buddhism to different countries that time, whichever he knows. So that was all. Now we will see because of all Ashoka's contribution to Buddhism. Now Sir Edwin Arnold, he wrote that by understanding that Buddhism in Asian countries, he wrote that Buddha is a light of Asia. So likewise we will see he translated many books of Buddhist books. There we will see, and then we will see Colonel H.S. Alcott. Colonel H.S. Alcott, he wrote Buddhist Catechism in English. It means that propagation of Buddhism for preventing conversion to Christianity. That time, now because of Christianity was very liberally come, and the people of India were influenced by Christianity, and because of the fall of Buddhism, we will see that in medieval India, after the invasions and because there was no state support, or it was not supported in the medieval period by the rulers, and there we will see the Huna invasions, where Huna has executed many Buddhists. So then we will see many in Orissa, Bengal, many Brahmin rulers, they have executed the Buddhist people. So because of all these things, now the fall of Buddhism in medieval period we see. After that, when we come to the 19th century, we will see the rediscovery of Buddhism, because of all these people they have contributed. And we will see that the Western world were looking at Buddhism as Buddhism in the 19th century is very attractive and better alternative to Christianity, they were thinking. When Baba Saheb was taking the conversion to Buddhism, Baba Saheb told in Prabuddha Bharat that once a Gibbon was telling that Christianity is a religion of beggars, because that time in the European world, when Christianity was accepted by the people, they were thinking that they don't have any food to eat. They have only khichdi to eat or some food. So that time Gibbon was telling that Christianity was accepted by only the people who are beggars or who are very poor. So thereby we will see that Baba Saheb was telling that now once a Christianity was a religion of poor and beggar people, now also we will see Buddhism is now religion of only few people in India. Now tomorrow it is going to be world religion. So what now the Western world was thinking that Buddhism is more attractive and better alternative to Christianity. So Buddhism, the Western world people are understanding that Buddhism is the best religion in the world, and it is more 100 times realistic than Christianity. So we will see here Alan Bennett during 1872 to 1923, he founded Buddhist Society in Great Britain and Ireland. So we will see again Ray Davis, he was given that we should not, it is not very wise to trust altogether exclusively to Brahmin evidence. Yeah, Ray Davis was telling that he was understanding it is not very wise to trust exclusively to Brahmin evidence, because Brahmin evidence wrote only according to the Brahmin domination, or in favor of Brahmin they wrote the history, but not in favor of the country India. So the real history of India is not brought into light by the many Brahmin historians. So we will see that the Western writers have given a very added or plus point in writing the history, and they were telling Buddha and Buddhism in the eyes of the Western author is like Buddha born without God, Buddha is living without God, and after death also Buddha did not find God. So that is now the Buddha is the very liberal person, a very great human, the Western scholars are finding. So we will see that on this Dhamma Divas, their contribution is very, very much in rewriting the history of India and the Buddhism. So we see when some of the places in India, some of the Buddhist sites in India, like if we see Sarnath, the Dhammeka Stupa is now discovered by Cunningham, and where Buddha delivered his first sermon. And Sanchi, if we see Sanchi, 1818, a British officer, General Taylor, he was also archaeologist during 1912 to 1919. He during 1818, this Buddhist officer, General Taylor, he discovered the Sanchi, and he found in Sanchi some of the very great inscriptions. And then in 1912 to 1919, it was restored by under the supervision of John Marshall. So we will see, then we will see the Ajanta Ellora caves. Now it is by John Smith, a British army officer. He went on hunting and he found the caves were there. So we will see the caves have now the Ajanta and caves where we have now rediscovered, and it is now World Heritage Sites. So we see, then again we see Richard Macon, who was a professor of University of Chicago. He has very much worked on Ashoka Emperor, and he was telling that Ashoka is the greatest emperor, and he's shining in Indian history like a star, even in the world. So there we will see. And apart from this, we will see many of the Western English authors on Buddhism they wrote, like aside we will see Wood, Willie Rockhill, Samuel Bill, Paul Carnus, J.B. Sint, E.L. Woodhart, then H.G. Wells, and many more are there who have given, who talked about Ashoka, and they have given Ashoka's reign. It's a landmark in the history of civilization. And Ray Davis, he was talking about Ashoka. Ashoka is one of the striking, interesting personalities in the history of the world. So we can see how the ancient history is helped by the Britishers in reconstructing the history of ancient India. Not only men have come forward in reconstructing the history of India, but even we will see the women. Women we will see, and we see Annie Bancroft, Women in Buddhism, she wrote, and Nancy Barnes, she wrote on Buddhism, talking about equality which was given in Buddhism. Janice Dewell and Diana Paul, Rita M. Gross. So there are many people women who come forward in talking about the Buddhism and their equality in Buddhism, Buddhism and feminism. So they were thinking that Western woman is to, she says, Rita M. Gross says that Buddhism and feminism in 1986 says Western women to join the vision of Buddhism with vision of feminism. So we see likewise the contribution of Britishers invasion is very much when we talk about the rewriting of the history. So I would like to thank here. Now you have given me the opportunity to speak out about on this topic as guest of honor. Thanks to the organizers. Once again, a happy Buddha Dhamma Divas.
सुडके सर माईक बंद आहे आपला. सुडके सर माईक बंद आहे आपला. सुडके सर माईक ऑन. सुडके सर माईक सुरू करा.
अनम्यूट करा सर.
ओके.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for this deliberation. Your deliberation was very thought-provoking and enlightening. This was the historical journey which we enjoyed a lot. Ma'am, you have given us a very detailed information about the every period and the detailed philosophical thoughts which we can follow and we can help it in our rewriting history. Definitely, your talk is very helpful for the rewriting history. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to invite our chairperson of this session, Dr. Gopal Vairade sir, who is the principal of Dr. Sir, Vairade sir, over to you.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, audible.
Yes, you are audible, sir.
सर्वांना धम्मचक्र प्रवर्तन दिन आणि विजयादशमीच्या शुभेच्छा. So at the outset of this valedictory function,
thank you.
I welcome Dr. Dhole sir, Dr. Indira madam, and the anchor, Dr. Sudke sir, and Mr. Bansod, Dr. Bansod, who will propose a vote of thanks. I have been given this responsibility to sum up the session. So as a chairperson of this valedictory function, I would like to comment on certain things. In the first our inaugural session, Dr. Prashant Rokade sir, I won't go in much introduction. He had pointed out certain points. Mainly, he said that is there really any need to rewrite a history? That was the first question that he raised. And then he had added one more thing, that is, if you at all want to rewrite a history, it should be about the unsung heroes. That was the right thing, I think. The unsung heroes. Now we know one Mahatma Gandhi, but if we go for that kind of research, you will come across so many people who not only thought in that way, they also practiced that Gandhiism more than Gandhiji itself, and many of them went unsung. That is the case about so many, not only heroes, but also about the common people, history of the common people. If at all it is to be written, it should be based on them. That one point that came prominently, that history makes man wise. But now, the way we want to rewrite history, we want to undertake that particular mission of rewriting the history. Does it have the same mission? Does it have the same motive, that to make man wise, or whether it wants to make man more violent, more radical? So that is important. Now, I had mentioned in that inaugural session also that such kind of issue came before nearly 15-20 years back, that NCERT books were changed, some part of the history was checked, and that time some famous cartoonist had published a cartoon where when Gandhiji was thrown out of railway carriage, he was told that you bloody fool, you are thrown out of the carriage because you ask questions. So don't ask questions. Actually, we know the thing that we know, we have been told that why he went to South Africa and how he was thrown out of the railway carriage and what was the reason. So that is important. Now, Honorable Dolendraji Patil pointed out certain things, that the way we know Tipu Sultan, if you want to make him more aggressive, if you want to present him, if you want to depict him more as a Muslim in that history, then is it going to make us really wise, or we are going to be divided more as Hindu and Muslim and whatnot? So that intention, that should be very clear, whether it wants to make us wise or that wants to make us radical, that wants to make us violent. or that is simply for polarization of certain things, polarization of rather say votes. So that motive should be clear. There is no problem in writing history, as Dr. Prashantji Rokde said, but that should be, your intention should be quite clear. Now, the second technical session, Sushimji Pagare, of course, Dr. Sandesh Wagh, he delivered an excellent speech. And to that, we have come to know that Baba Saheb's contribution to Indian history is more than say 22,000 pages, which is greater than any of the historians. And what I feel that it is a food of thought for several historians if they simply study Baba Saheb and his history. That only we get a lot of more history. So I would appeal of all researchers, those who want to take up research, to take up the research in that way. I also congratulate Dr. Sandesh Wagh for having studied that kind of extensive history by Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar. In the same session, Dr. Sushimji Pagare said that because the history was say, written by the left-wing people, it could not be justified, and that's why that history should be rewritten. I apologize by asking you sorry, sir, Pagare sir. I would like to suggest all the historians first to divide all history students and all historians in three certain groups. Left-wing say historians, right-wing historians, and unbiased historians. And let us see how many unbiased historians are there, how many left-wing historians are there, how many right-wing historians are there. Because as Dr. Sandesh Wagh pointed out, the thing that was most neglected is that was by the right-wing people, upper. I'm not a historian, but by reading certain things, I have come to know that at least in Maharashtra, who was the first lady teacher, that was but if you go through history, you will find, is it done by the Marxist historians? Is it done by the left-wing historians? No, it's not done by that. So most of the historians, they specially belong to upper caste. So I feel that they were, that time also, they were the right-wing historians. And if you really want to rewrite in the sense, simply if you want to revise everything, and rewriting for that matter, why do you need that kind of thing, rewriting of history? The history is before us, and the researchers, what they are doing, if somebody has put forth the false history, you can take up the research and you write a book against his book, and that can, if it is accepted by and large, that will be accepted as a history. So simply history is going to change. Why do you want to revise the things? There is no doubt that because of that British invasion, there was a lot of influence on our history and everything. But if even I accept that 10 to 20% they were also biased or something like that. But had they not come here, we are not going to the history of by Baba Saheb Ambedkar and all that, the thing that we have today. We are not going to get education as we are getting today. Means, just think what was the condition of Shudras and Ashprushas before 200 years in say Pune or in Maharashtra or elsewhere in the country. It is simply they were simply suppressed, oppressed. So rewriting of history, that motive should be very, very clear. That's what my suggestion is. I'm not a historian, that's not say a command or something like that. But motive should be very, very clear. Whether you want to use that history for making people wise, or whether you want to make them radical, and for that matter, you want to make them read history and become a Hindu and become a Muslim and become a Christian and likewise. Yes, I had discussed one. I would like to recall one point that I would like to put forth before you. That I had discussed one point with say several teachers of history and several researchers that Aurangzeb, he was a very radical person. He was a very crooked person. But while talking to them, they crossed it. They simply told me, they brought into limelight that if Aurangabad was so much fundamentalist, then why did he offer a Kohinoor diamond to one particular temple? Then what about killing of Sambhaji and killing of the Dara Shikoh, etc.? Then they simply said that it is a political tradition. Don't you see that Hindu people, Hindu kings, they killed their own people? It's right from, I'm sorry, I don't want to say, कुणाच्या भावना दुखवायच्या नाहीये, पण त्यांनी ते पॉइंट आउट केलं होतं की आता लॉर्ड कृष्णा ही किल्ड कंसा, ऑफकोर्स विथ सम, म्हणजे त्यांचं हिज इंटेन्शन वॉज क्लिअर. हिज पॅटर्नल अंकल ही किल्ड, देन लेटर ऑन he had to kill his sons also. Then does it mean that he was very, very crooked? No, we accept him as a hero, and he is a hero. If it is to be written as a history, if Mahabharata is to be taken as a history, we will still take him as a hero. So what do we want to prove? Now we take Mahatma Gandhi as hero, and tomorrow if the killing, do we want to justify that killing of Mahatma Gandhi was right and it was worth, and not a killing, not a murder? And do we want to rewrite history in that way? If it is the way, I'm sorry, I won't accept it. It's whatever. Suppose as a parent, as a father, suppose I have two sons and one of my sons is going out, and I know that he is poor man, he cannot survive himself, and if I have 10 lakhs, I'll give him 7 lakhs because he's going away. I am staying with my son, I'm keeping 3 lakhs for him, 3 lakhs for him and myself, but I'm giving him 7 lakhs. Does it mean that I have no love for my son? Does it mean that I am responsible for the say, if there is anything wrong with my first son, with the son which is with me? Think as a father, and we call him father of a nation. And then what is it that because he gave such and such money to Pakistan, his killing can be justified? How it can be justified? And let me point out aggressively that even if you want to change this kind of say history, this तुम्हाला काळ माफ करणार नाही जे कोणी हिस्टोरियन्स असतील अशा प्रकारची हिस्ट्री बदलणारे. आणि and it will not be accepted on international level. Even if you rewrite the history for your India itself, who will accept it on international level? Okay, I agree with Dr. Sandesh Wagh that adequate just the history that Babasaheb Ambedkar wrote, that must be justified. And the society that he wants to create, he wants caste-free society. Whether we want to eradicate that casteism or whether we want to create that kind of radical kind of attitude, so that should be first clear before we take over that issue. Otherwise, the thing that we are doing, we are going to say right way. We are studying what is placed before us, and whatever evidences we are getting, we are trying to cross that thing, and we say conduct research on that. And if your research is that much say relevant, यदि उसमें उतना दम है, so it will be accepted as history. Not if you just cross even Grandeur or any historian of that kind, your history will be accepted. यदि उसमें सच्चाई है, यदि उसमें ताकत है, that in the days to come. Okay, anyway, I don't mean to hurt anyone, but I have put forth my views. I really thank the organizers for giving me a chance to share this valedictory function, particularly both the heads of history departments, Dr. Bansod and Dr. Najan sir. I also thank Dr. Bhule sir, and I also thank all the dignitaries and also the participants for giving me a patient hearing, and I beg your pardon if I went wrong anywhere. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Over to Dr. Bansud.
Thank you, sir. I'm very thankful to Dr. Vairale, sir, that he has delivered his speech in a very straightforward manner. As per his suggestions, the history should be very clear. The motive behind the writing history should be very clear and fair. If the motive behind writing the history is not that much good, then it will violate the society. It will affect the society. And that's why the rewriting history should be on the basis of truth for the betterment of the society. So I'm very thankful on behalf of the organizer that Dr. Vairale sir has given a very thought-provoking presidential talk. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to hand over this virtual mic to Dr. Bansud sir for vote of thanks. Over to Dr. Bansud sir.
Okay, thanks, sir. It gives me an immense pleasure to discharge the duty of offering the vote of thanks. Here at the same time, I feel very fortunate that I got these opportunities to organize this one-day international e-conference on consequences of British invention of India, need of rewriting history. As one of the conveners, I am very thankful to the chairman of valedictory session, my college principal, Dr. Gopal Vairale sir, Principal Narayan Rao Rana, College Badnera, District Amravati, Maharashtra State, India, who guided us with the profound knowledgeable. I am also thankful to the chief guest of this session, Dr. Gopal Dhole sir, Principal Dr. Gopal Rao Khedkar College, Gadegaon, Telara, District Akola, Maharashtra State, India, for his words of encouragement and words of wisdom. At the same time, I am very much thankful to the guest of honor of this session, who is also known as a renowned personality and also the chairman BOS History Board, Osmania University, Hyderabad, Telangana, for the valuable message she delivered. Respected dignitaries, resource person, participants, and dear friends, this one-day international e-conference on consequences of British invention of India, need of rewriting history, organized by Narayan Rao Rana, College Badnera, jointly Dr. Gopal Rao Khedkar College, Gadegaon, Telara. Colleagues, colleges, the Department of History took the initiative, and with the cooperation of EVOL, we could successfully organize it. As one of the conveners of his e-conference, I must thank the people because whom we could do this. At the beginning, I am very much thankful to chairman of the inaugural session, at the Honorable Treasurer, Sri Gajan Maharaj Shikshan Samstha Amravati, Sri Dolendra Patil sir, for supporting us and sharing his words of wisdom with us. Thanks against us. I am very much grateful to the Honorable Dr. Prashant Rokde sir, who was the present as the inaugurator for this conference. The Pride of Amravati, IRS Joint Commissioner, Custom Delhi, inaugurate of the inaugural session. He has a very hard thanks to Dr. Prashant Rokde sir. I am very much grateful, sir. To Dr. Pronchai Pallav Dhammo, President of World Alliance of Buddhist, WOB Thailand, who took out the time from his busy schedule and accepted our invitation as the keynote speaker of this e-conference. We are thankful for enlightenment and valuable message he delivered through his address. The chief attraction of the technical session and famous academician, my younger brother, Chairman, Board of Studies History and Archaeology Board, Mumbai University, Mumbai, Dr. Sandesh Waq sir delivered sensational speech on this subject, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar and British quest for social justice. We are very much thankful. I extend my profound thanks to Dr. Susim Pagare sir, Assistant Professor, PMB Gujarati College, Arts and Law College, Indore, Madhya Pradesh, for being present at the chairperson and sharing his knowledge with us. Again, I am thankful to the respected both college principals, respected Dr. Gopal Vairade sir, respected Dr. Dhole sir of both colleges. At the same time, I am thankful Dr. Dheeraj Nazan sir, co-convener Dr. Kalpana Mere madam, Professor Satish Khode sir, Dr. Harshal Nimborkar sir, Dr. Krishna Maure sir, Professor M.M. Kavarke sir, Dr. Jio Jondalekar sir, Organizing Committee, Dr. O.B. Munde sir, Dr. K.J. Alaspure, Dr. H.J. Bhangdia, Dr. A.C. Pandey, Dr. Sachin Hole, Dr. R.V. Lonkar, Professor H.J. Farsole, Professor M.P. Chopde, Dr. R.S. Sadke, Dr. Harshal Nimborkar. Finally, I am very much grateful to my colleagues and all of them who directly and indirectly help us in organize this one-day international e-conference. Thankful. इस ई-कॉन्फ्रेंस को समाप्त करने की चेयरमैन इस सत्र के वैलिडिटी सत्र के चेयरमैन हमारे प्रिंसिपल डॉक्टर गोपाल जी वैराड़े सर की परमिशन अनुमति लेते हुए कि ये कॉन्फ्रेंस यहाँ पे समाप्त हुई, ऐसा मैं घोषित करता हूँ। और ये ई कॉन्फ्रेंस के सर्टिफिकेट फीडबैक लिंक भेजिए है, वो फीडबैक लिंक आप भर दीजिए, आपको